I have no clue if the audio even works on this bitch. But you know what? Let's just fucking hang out. Let's do some typing. Okay, okay. Do gotta warm up though. So many fucking tabs open. It's like our own shit. Oh shit. You know what? Since someone's here, we can test the fuck out of this. Okay, hold on. Oh, how do I do it? This. Testing, testing. Testicular, testicular. Okay, okay. Think I know. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Testing, testing with music. Music. Testing, testing with music. Hang out. Bitch. But you know what? Let's just fucking hang out. Let's do some typing. Okay, okay. Do gotta warm up though. I think we're good. Mute. Unmute. I can do this. What? Let's go back up then to 160. Quit fucking bothering me. Okay. we can. By the time people join in like 20 years, stay tuned. Oh. Get the fingers loose. Oh. Beautiful. Ay. Nice. What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? This music's kind of lame. It's a little too chill. I need to come my damn house. Oh my gosh, I was such a badass. Oh my gosh, what did I hit? Well, fuck. Oh, it's fucking hot in this bitch, bro. I think I'm just nervy. Let's see there. Oh. Day in the life of a brokey. I think that's a genius. LD. To be fair, I haven't practiced in like forever. type in Lofi rock? Such thing. Alternative and punk Lofi. Okay. Fuck. Whoops. That was smooth but slow. I suck. Been 2 minutes yet. We'll do 2 more. I can't do it, Captain. Let me see. No! It's a glitch. It looks so fucking slow. It's your boy. We got a lot of shit. Oh, I want to see this over here. Oh, this one. Not yet. Not yet. I already saw that. Let's see what the hell this guy's up to.
We just went through it. Please stop. Please get help.
What's happening?
How would something like the usage of white phosphorus be verified, though? There's still on the ground. There are still people on the ground who can independently verify the usage of white phosphorus. There will be an assessment made later as well,
No
not
way
immediately,
they
but
use that
later as
shit.
well. Unfortunately, a lot of people see this. Will see this as you being a Hamas apologist. Yes, I do not care. Okay, I do not care. I do not care if people say, Hassan, you're a Hamas apologist for this. Okay. I want the media to do its due diligence. That is insane. I have also pushed back on unverified information that is
What the fuck?
ostensibly on the Palestinian side as well. This is what I always do. Ridiculous. Hamas apologist would be nicer than what he's being called now. Yes, of course. People have no capacity to look at the situation and maybe apply their own morality or their own moral compass. So they have to fucking go for whatever piffy talking point that they can glom onto, that they can grab onto. That's it. Yeah, in the 90s and 2000s, I would have been called a Saddam supporter. I mean, in 2019, I was called a fucking Al-Qaeda supporter when I was criticizing Al-Qaeda. So what? Anyway, I can't believe we deviated so far away from Ben Shabibo and got so lost in the sauce. History will absolve me, okay? History will absolve me. Not that it matters. I will be long gone by then, but it doesn't matter. I know what I'm doing is correct. If people do not care about the nuance of the circumstance, then there is nothing I can do about it. There is no moral victory at the end when you talk about massacres and slaughters occurring and say, well, you know, police were shooting back during the festival, so civilians got caught in the crossfire. It still does not change the reality that plenty of civilians died. That is still horrifying. The real goal in this situation is to contextualize said violence as a violent retaliation to an ongoing occupation and apartheid. It is not simply to say that that did not happen. It is not simply to say that that violence is just and awesome. It is to analyze that violence, look at it within a framework that is accurate, look at it as a reaction to an inherently violent apartheid regime, violence being a primary factor of the maintenance of said that said apartheid regime.
Moral exemplar, Hassan Piker.
I wanted to see this.
They didn't deserve it, you idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence. You want way more than 260 people dying. You want every single Palestinian to be executed ruthlessly in the streets so that you can build another theme park in Gaza. You baying pig. You bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. Suck my How do you think this happens? You think it happens out of nowhere? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent because we want to be violent? You think that's where violence culminates from? Or do you think it's because you have entrapped them, you have bullied them, you have subjugated them, you have humiliated these people? 2 million people live inside of Gaza. They're not even people in the eyes of Israel.
Wait, what? That's great. Oh, I thought he clip-chimped me. That's correct. Oh, the other side of the clip is me also talking about like the atrocious conditions in Gaza. I guess that part he didn't want to show to his audience. Is that what it is? Because I thought he clip-chimped me. But even the clip-chimp is just posting my fucking dub, baby. I mean, fine. Why didn't you show the chat log you were looking at? Why didn't you show that? Yeah.
So that's presumably, according to Hassan Piker, why you would murder a baby. That's why you would murder a baby and burn an entire family.
Yeah, that's me. Okay, yeah.
In their homes, in peaceful villages. That's why you would do that. Now, I'm going to attribute this to, again, the peculiar narcissism of people like Hassan Piker, who believes that everybody thinks like they do. And I would ask people like Hassan Piker, okay, if that's the case, if you really believe that victimization is what causes people to murder babies in their beds for the crime of being Jewish and breathing, then what would cause you to do something like that?
Is the viral tweet he got from that all had people agreeing with you? Yeah, dude, why'd you post my dub, dog? Right after the clip, you say it's not justified? Yeah, let's see. So he cut me off right there. Okay, he cut me off right there and immediately starts talking about how I want baby murder to happen, okay? Which is pretty cool, pretty interesting. Let me see what that full clip looked like, though, because that went viral on Twitter, that went viral on TikTok. Does anyone have the full clip? Can we see what I said?
Oh, this is Twitch.
Can we see what the full clip was? Because there's a 2-minute. Now, I have been doing, what? At this point, 10 hours of coverage every single day on these issues. But let me fucking see what the full clip was.
Do you think that this happened out of nowhere? Do you think this happened out of thin air? Are you fucking stupid? Do you think the Israeli state was just like peacefully coexisting?
I'm gonna go pee.
And then these guys came in with fucking gliders out of nowhere? Don't say fuck off, dude. They didn't deserve it, you fucking idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence. You want way more than 260 people dying. You want every single Palestinian to be fucking executed ruthlessly in the streets so that you can build another fucking theme park in Gaza. You fucking baying pig. You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. Suck my dick. How do you think this happens? You think it happens out of nowhere? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent because we want to be violent? You think that's where violence culminates from? Or do you think it's because you have entrapped them, you have bullied them, you have subjugated them, you have humiliated these fucking people? 2 million people live inside of Gaza. They're not even fucking people in the eyes of Israelis. 2 million. The average age is 18 years old. 57% unemployment. They can't even get fucking concrete inside of Gaza so they can build fucking water salination plants because 97% of their water is toxic.
Why didn't he show this part, you think? Why didn't he show the rest of this? Just want to say he ratioed his ass 2 to 3 times while offline?
They're dying of mass starvation. You cannot push people into a fucking corner their whole lives and not expect them to fight back at a certain point. Suck my dick. You fucking piece of shit. You and others like you who turn a blind eye to apartheid, genocide, and ethnic cleansing are the reasons as to why these people fucking fight back. So much so
Okay, I think
that
we're gonna
you
catch
fucking
this
cackling hyenas sit around
later.
and think, oh yeah, we're doing this in the West Bank too. That's the Peaceful Coexistence Project. Look at the West Bank. You're doing it in the West Bank so far.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. Here's an extreme close-up of what getting a tattoo looks like.
Yo, looks wicked. Oh my gosh. The fucking needles going that deep. No.
Look that.
This frog absolutely hates it when he has to take his medicine.
Mine really hates this stuff. Oh, I'm so sorry. Come on, you gotta get it. Stop.
Oops.
Oh, stop.
This poor little guy couldn't hold on. This woman asked a priest to come bless her car because it keeps breaking down.
What the fuck? Surprised it's not America.
Go to your local priest. What?
I found this guy that can move his body in absolutely ridiculous ways.
What the fuck?
This guy suddenly lost control of his lawnmower.
No. Oh, I wonder what happens. It just stops, huh?
I found an
Ah, sí, los
engineering
tiro.
YouTuber that wanted to put a rocket on a giant skeleton just to see what would happen.
Hello. Me after like any food.
I just learned that an ostrich can make this cool noise.
I can do that too. It's fun. See? He's like, bruh, chill.
Apparently, if you make a deep growling sound, pigs will suddenly stand completely still.
It's called fight or flight.
That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. She had an allergic reaction and her head got really squishy.
Oh my.
Don't worry, the flamingo was okay. It was the last day of work for this McDonald's employee, so he decided to go take a bath. Dad was absolutely terrified of what might be in his box.
It's a fucking potato.
Okay, I know what it is. What is it? A potato.
Oh my gosh.
These people wanted to quickly leave a crowded parking lot, so their friend put on a safety vest and pretended that he was directing traffic.
Oh shit, it's fucking illegal.
The movement of this ride is preventing this drink from spilling. This soldier went around and asked everyone why they joined the army.
Why you join the army? Why you join the army?
$20,000 bonus that I never received.
Why I joined the army?
Yeah.
Buy me a Camaro. We'll need soldiers like you, Lucas.
Oh.
That is so good.
This guy put a bag of donuts on a fishing pole in front of these cops.
Chocolate.
Them two.
This is what it looks like when an earthquake travels through a farm field. You can see exactly where the cracks in the earth take place.
That looks cool.
I just found out that this is how scallops swim. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Very soon. See how this came out. Alright.
Vete para allá, vete con mamá.
Well, that was
No me vas a morder, cabrona. Gabriela.
Oh, it looks fucking awesome.
Oh my
Where are
god.
my other ones?
You got a bottle flame bottle, whatever.
Hamalo. Hamali. Pew, pew,
Have to be on the floor.
pew, pew.
Oh, good shit. Now he's on the floor.
Oh my god! That was very, very nice. This was a year ago. More than a year ago. Pew pew. On the roller on the PS4, baby. Check this fucking aim assist.
How long have you been together?
4.5 years.
No, 5 now.
Well, yeah.
Oh, he just crashed.
What the?
Oh.
What is that like?
Oh.
300 million bucks? Swear. Oh, that should look good. Oh. No. Like this.
The design of train wheels is genius. If we have a train track with a slight curve and we try to roll some basic wheels across it, we'll simply derail. Okay, you might say, it's an easy fix. You could just add a flange so it doesn't derail. And while the flange does keep it from derailing, it can't really navigate a turn. This is an exaggerated version of train wheels. And of course, you can see the wheels are shaped like cones. The wheels basically self-align. When the train approaches a curve, the wheels want to continue going straight. You can see we're on the small portion of this wheel and the big portion of this wheel. Because the right wheel is smaller than the left wheel, it turns to the right. If the right wheel is bigger than the left wheel, it'll turn to the left. So what makes this design so genius is the fact that when the wheels want to go straight, one wheel becomes a larger wheel and one wheel becomes a smaller wheel, forcing the wheels to automatically turn. The design of train wheels is genius. If we have a train track with a slight curve and we try to roll some basic wheels across it, we'll simply derail. Okay, you might say, it's an easy fix. You could just add a flange so it doesn't derail.
What's going
And while
on? Wanna watch the side move? Bruh.
On my knees, bitch, I ride on my toes. Big fat ass, he be eating up the thong. Got a garage full of foreign cars that I never drove. A bitch couldn't school me with a student loan. So sexy, I can make gal in the robe. I can body every look and I can body every pose. Neck full of diamonds, yeah, I'm forever froze. Will body ever fall up, bitch, you never know. Woo! Beat it up.
Oh.
Wait, bitch, I'm hot. Right on my knees, bitch, I ride on my. On my knees, bitch, I ride.
Scandalous. The problem was that Alfred K. Brewer was very much alive. He was 78, but listed as having been born in 1900 because Kansas didn't record birth dates on voter registration forms back when he first registered. The 1990
fraud.
Cut off the head of the snake. The U.S. Department of Education.
But I'm going to tell you what, if I'm your president, we're going to shut down the Federal Department of Education.
Everywhere you look, conservatives are attacking pretty much every aspect of life in America, from books, to trans kids, to common sense gun control, to access to healthcare for all. But there tends to be one central theme and one central goal to the Republican agenda, something all their activities coalesce around, but it isn't very obvious until you start looking for it. Republicans are after public education. Whether they're attacking critical race theory, books about gay kids, sex education, gun reform, trans kids playing in sports, or COVID closures and restrictions, the battleground tends to center around not just kids, but kids in schools, and what those schools are or aren't allowed to do. They do this under the guise of parents' rights, but the reality is that this fight in our schools has been manufactured for decades. Really, for centuries, we've known that education of young children can determine the outcome of a society. And during the 20th century, Republicans honed in on that for their own political agenda. And the attack on our schools has only gotten stronger with the Trump presidency and COVID pandemic, with teachers stretched to the brink and quitting in record numbers. When you create a battleground where kids are supposed to have calm, focused learning, and you treat the people who are supposed to be doing the teaching like monsters or conniving criminals, that doesn't create a great work environment. And as I've said over and over and over again, this isn't about the children. Not really. It's about power and control, as always, garnered through fear-mongering and force. And it's not about parents' rights either. It's about the rights of a small group of parents to impose their ideas and agenda on all other parents at the expense of the children. Because there's money to be made and votes to be won. The best interest of the children is an afterthought. This is why conservatives hate public schools. Roll the end. For all of your eye needs. Contact lenses, glasses, sunglasses, even eye exams, and they have smoke my at-home try-on kit. Smoke again. I actually concluded go to children out of didn't just clash Legia to order your try-on kit today. Thanks, Warby Parker. Today's conservatives didn't just come up with this idea to target public education and our nation's children out of thin air. The idea that you can control the nation by controlling the education of its children has been around since before this country existed. Puritans who came over and formed the Massachusetts Bay Colony believed that everyone should be taught to read so that they could read the Bible and receive religious information and teachings. Many of the founding fathers understood that an educated citizenry was essential to a functioning democracy. John Adams believed every square mile should have a school on it run via public funding. Thomas Jefferson believed that education should be a public good as well. However, he proposed a two-track education system with different tracks for the laboring and the learned, allowing for a few of the laboring class to rise above their status by, and I quote, raking a few geniuses from the rubbish. This idea that there should be different education for well-off children than for children of the laboring class has been pervasive. In 1790, the Pennsylvania State Constitution called for free public education for poor children, with the expectation that rich people would pay for their children's schooling. However, the legislature didn't do much to fulfill this constitutional mandate because they determined that reading instruction by parents and the few local religious schools was sufficient because the economy didn't really require anything beyond basic literacy at the time. And in 1805, the New York Public School Society was formed by wealthy businessmen to provide religious education to
wealthy what?
impoverished children and to emphasize discipline and obedience in the students. These wealthy businessmen weren't just moved by a desire to help society and ensure a functioning democracy. No, you see, discipline and obedience are really great qualities to have in your factory workers. By 1837, Massachusetts had its own state board of education. Edmund Dwight, a major industrialist of the time, knew that a state board of education to educate his future factory workers was so important that he offered to supplement the state salary with his own money. The head of the Massachusetts State Board of Education, Horace Mann, brought in a teaching style he learned in Prussia, where students were assigned to grades based on age and would progress through each grade as they aged. This was combined with European styles of lecture-based teaching and eventually spread throughout the country, known as the factory model. By the mid-1800s, immigrants were flooding the United States from places like Ireland and Italy, creating a large population that adhered to Catholicism and had major cultural and linguistic differences. So in 1851, the state of Massachusetts passed the first compulsory education law. But again, this wasn't because of a charitable desire to help students in Massachusetts succeed. It was explicitly to ensure that the children of poor immigrants got civilized and were taught to be obedient and restrained to avoid social upheaval and so that they would be good factory workers. On the federal level, in 1864, Congress made it illegal for Native Americans to be taught in their native languages. Native children as young as 4 years old were taken from their parents and sent to Bureau of Indian Affairs off-reservation boarding schools, with the official goal to kill the Indian to save the man, another attempt at civilization. After the Civil War, Reconstruction in the South led to the creation of 1,000 schools to educate black children. By the end of 1865, over 90,000 formerly enslaved people were enrolled in those schools. Almost all new public schools in the South were segregated, and when conservatives came to power in the South in the late 1870s, public school funding was sharply cut. Booker T. Washington was a major proponent of offering industrial education to formerly enslaved people because of its practicality for obtaining paid jobs. W.E.B. Du Bois, however, argued that formerly enslaved people should be given the opportunity to prove themselves equal to whites by succeeding in traditional bachelor's degree programs. It's in the wake of the Civil War that many historically black colleges were founded, including Howard University and Morehouse College, both opened in 1867. In 1917, the National Vocational Education Act established federally funded programs for agriculture, home economics, and training in various trades. This federal funding was lobbied for by large manufacturers who wanted the federal government to subsidize the training of their workers and take that training out of the hands of trade union apprenticeships. It's a lot easier to buy out a federal politician and get your way than it is to try to negotiate with a trade union that's diametrically opposed to your interests being exploiting your labor force as much as possible. By 1940, 50% of Americans had a high school diploma, though this number was higher in areas with greater wealth and less manufacturing activity, because high schools were seen as a place to receive necessary skill sets for teachers and for those planning careers in white-collar work. It wasn't until the pivotal Supreme Court case, Brown v. Board of Education, decided in 1954, roiled the nation with the threat of forced desegregation, that conservative political ideals began to intertwine with educational reform. Milton Friedman, the father of modern libertarian free market economics who ruined many lives and deserves his own whole video, advocated strongly for the idea of educational freedom, the fight to give families the right to choose where and how to educate their children. He touted this as a racially neutral way to promote private schools and keep schools segregated despite the changing times. William F. Buckley Jr., generally credited as the founder of the modern conservative movement, was dedicated to demanding right-wing content in schools. His first book, God and Man at Yale, proposed that left-leaning faculty should be denied academic freedom because they were abusing the academy in order to warp the minds of impressionable college students. And he was a major proponent of censoring textbooks. This was in the 1950s. But his ideas didn't quite catch at the time. Even during the height of McCarthyism, Congress stopped short at full academic censorship. Probably because the memory of Nazi book burning was still a little too fresh. Throughout the 1950s, groups of vigilante parents monitored schools closely for signs of communist infiltration. And as schools began desegregating in the wake of the Brown v. Board of Education ruling, large numbers of families, especially in the South, began pulling their children out of public schools and enrolling them in private institutions, rather than have them in integrated public schools. In fact, in Prince Edward County, Virginia, officials decided to fully close down all public schools rather than integrate them. White students attended private academies, and black students had no schools to attend for the next 5 years until the Supreme Court ordered the county to reopen its schools on a desegregated basis in 1964. That same year, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was adopted. Title IV authorized the federal government to file school desegregation cases to force schools to integrate. In 1971, in an effort to further integrate stubbornly segregated schools, the Supreme Court approved busing, magnet schools, and compensatory education as appropriate remedies to further improve desegregation efforts. Forced busing became the main means by which integration was attempted. This required students to be transported to schools within or outside their own school districts to try to rectify racial segregation. This was necessary because of the pervasive and often state-imposed housing segregation that had been manufactured for decades at that point. Turns out you can't just say, well, schools are desegregated now and magically everything will be equal, especially when you being the Supreme Court and the federal government, have manufactured segregation and implemented it in every facet of your governing for 2 centuries. But instead of addressing the root causes of the problem, which is really beyond what the Supreme Court is meant to do, that's something the legislature should theoretically handle. Instead, the Supreme Court began a process of stepping back school integration efforts in the 1970s, spurred on by the numerous Supreme Court nominees brought in during the Nixon administration. In 1973, the court ruled that de facto segregation is not unconstitutional. De facto segregation is segregation that happens by private choice, not enforced by law. It's a thing the Supreme Court loves to fall back on despite centuries of evidence that segregation has been imposed by the state from the beginning, and the current levels of segregation are a direct result of that. But courts have a hard time connecting the dots that far back. So they say, well, families just keep choosing to live in a racially segregated manner, so there's no reason for us to force them to integrate. In another ruling, the court determined that education is not a fundamental right, and the Constitution does not require equal education expenditures within a state, meaning that low-income areas with less funding just had to suck it up, because under the Constitution, they weren't guaranteed equal school funding to their wealthier counterparts. And in 1974, the court ruled that schools could not be forcibly desegregated across school districts, locking students of color in inner-city districts so they could never infiltrate the wealthy suburban districts. And this combination of school desegregation efforts, despite their lax enforcement and dismal results, with other rulings in the 1970s barring religion and prayer in public schools, it got evangelicals riled up. As Republicans became the party of conservatism and white Christian values, the white evangelicals flocked to the party in droves. And then came, yes, you guessed it, Ronald fucking Reagan, because it always comes back to him somehow. His administration published a report called A Nation at Risk, which inaugurated the modern education reform debate. That report concluded the educational foundations of our society are presently being eroded by a rising tide of mediocrity that threatens our very future as a nation and a people. What was unimaginable a generation ago has begun to occur. Others are matching and surpassing our educational attainments, going on to call the danger of other nations surpassing our educational achievements as unilateral educational disarmament. This wasn't the first time that U.S. education and advancement had been tied to national security. The space race during the Cold War is a prime example of the origins of this idea, but we won that space race. This was the first time we were told that we were falling behind. And if there's one thing that Americans hate, especially Republicans, it's the idea that we're not number one. Well, according to Republicans, we are number one, to be clear, but our status as number one is being threatened at all sides. This despite the fact that the United States has never ranked number one in education since we began comparing test scores in the 1960s. That didn't matter, though. This report kicked off the idea that education is a central battlefield upon which this country's future will be settled. The culture war was on. School desegregation peaked in the 1980s and has been gradually declining ever since, thanks to, say it with me, Ronald fucking Reagan. Focus began shifting to test scores at the expense of art, drama, music, gym, anything not being scored on standardized tests that we could use to prove that the USA was number one. George H.W. Bush claimed he would be the education president. By the time George W. Bush, the Jr., took office, very little progress had been made. So Bush Jr. signed the No Child Left Behind Act to solidify the use of testing to hold schools accountable. The results of the program are that it turns out a lot of children are getting left behind in this school system. And that's because while we are obsessed with being number one at everything, we're not willing to put our money where our mouth is, especially not when Republicans are in charge. At a 2006 meeting of the right-wing advocacy group American Legislative Exchange Council, our old friend Milton Friedman proposed that the best strategy for parents to control their children's education was to abolish the public school system altogether and eliminate all taxes that pay for it. Reagan had called for the abolition of the Department of Education in the early 80s. Current candidates, right now, for the Republican nomination are still advocating for it. In 2004, the Secretary of Education, Rod Page, called the country's leading teachers union a terrorist organization. But despite the fact that No Child Left Behind did, in fact, leave many children behind and has been rolled back because it didn't work, the idea of compulsory testing and tying funding to that testing is still pervasive. Florida Governor Jeb Bush, yes, another Bush, why do we let entire families run this country, launched an era of education reform in Florida involving high-stakes testing, ranking schools with A through F grades. Those grades then tend to drive students who can afford it, see mostly white students, into private schools. In tandem with this school grading system, Florida under Jeb Bush also showed strong support for vouchers and charter schools, pushing the current Republican agenda of school choice to the forefront. And school choice is a very convenient, racially neutral way to continue the conservative agenda that began in the middle of the 20th century to oppose desegregation and maintain schools as the bastion of control and fear-mongering that helps propel the Republican base to the polls. Plus, private school is incredibly lucrative, it turns out, though they claim, of course, that it's for the children. Think of the children. Through the guise of school choice, conservatives can kill two birds with one stone. They can weaken teachers' unions, which are of course home to commie liberals who vote Democratic, and eliminate public schools, saving them tax dollars, while also pumping more money into their pockets through privatized education income. And I'm not just making this up, it's explicitly part of the plan. Conservative anti-tax crusader Grover Norquist admitted as early as 1998 that school choice reaches right into the heart of the Democratic coalition and takes people out of it. Culture war aficionado Christopher Rufo recently said at a lecture at the ultra-conservative Hillsdale College that to get to universal school choice, you really need to operate from a premise of universal public school distrust. And that universal public school distrust is mounting, at least among conservative leaders. Florida Senator Marco Rubio has called schools a cesspool of Marxist indoctrination. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said that teachers' unions and the filth that they're teaching our kids will take this republic down. Donald Trump has complained about pink-haired communists teaching our kids and Marxist maniacs and lunatics running our universities. In 2021, the Education Commissioner of Florida, Richard Corcoran, in a speech delivered once again at the ultra-conservative Hillsdale College, compared America's disputes over education to the warring in the streets in Germany before World War II between the Nazis and the communists. I'm not sure which group he identifies with in that scenario because I assume it's not the communists. He went on to say that the war will be won in education. Education is our sword. That's our weapon. Our weapon is education. And this idea that schools are cesspools of Marxist indoctrination is legitimized because conservatives see that liberals generally have more education and tend to work in institutions of higher learning. The more educated a person is, the more likely they are to be liberal. We talked about this in my video on why conservatives fall for fake news. So it's very easy to write off institutions of higher learning and everyone who's a product of those institutions, including public school teachers who have bachelor's and often master's degrees as Marxists who are trying to brainwash conservatives' kids. And this is legitimized all over again when schools try to teach about historical facts that make white people feel bad, namely most historical facts, or share an interpretation of history that doesn't venerate our founding fathers and the United States as ordained by God to be the most powerful country on the planet. Any critical thinking skills are deemed un-American and therefore dangerous. We've been doing it since the Red Scare, and now it's stronger because conservatives have Fox News and other conservative media as a convenient fear-mongering mouthpiece. So the more partisan conservatives get more and more riled up, and conspiracy theories are allowed to thrive. And social media, of course, allows these conspiracy theories to take on new life, creating an outlandish, hyperbolic version of what schools are really like. Our country has left education largely in the hands of states, and in an incredibly large, fragmented country, there are going to be plenty of examples of outrageous behavior by individual teachers that by themselves don't prove anything about the system as a whole. But when amplified by social media, these individual anecdotal incidents can take on new life. For example, a viral but false post by Libs of TikTok, a Twitter account with over 2 million followers that posts things making fun of liberals or furthering right-wing conspiracies, claimed that a school in North Dakota was placing litter boxes in the bathrooms for children who identify as cats. Despite being patently false and completely absurd, the North Dakota House of Representatives passed an entire bill forbidding any policy that caters to a student's perception of being any animal species other than human. My friends, that is batshit crazy, and just one example of how absolutely out of control the obsession with public education is on the right. Meanwhile, the actual students in the schools we're all bickering over are suffering. Nearly 3/4 of parents rate their own child's school highly, but are skeptical about other people's schools. High schools used to offer 3 different classes to prepare students for their roles as citizens: government, civics, and problems of democracy. Today, schools usually offer a single course, in part because partisanship has made it almost impossible to agree on what these classes should teach. Because again, everyone recognizes that schools are a battleground for future voters and workers. The result of this shoddy school system that's vulnerable to the whims of a small, riled-up portion of the electorate is that 3/4 of Americans can't identify the 3 branches of government. 3/4, 75%. They're the judicial, legislative, and executive branches, for the record. If you'd like to learn more about the Constitution and what it says and what it actually means, sign up for my brand new, totally free 2-week course called Smartass Civics. Judicial, legislative, and executive branches, for the record. If you'd like to learn more about the Constitution and what it says and what it actually means, sign up for my brand new, totally free 2-week course called Smartass Civics. You'll get daily constitutional info delivered straight to your inbox in bite-sized, easy-to-follow pieces, because I guess our school system just dropped the ball on that one. Link in the description. Constitution and what it says and what it actually and executive branches, for the record. If you'd like to learn more about the Constitution and what it says and what it actually means, sign up for my brand new, totally free 2-week course called Smartass Civics. You'll get daily constitutional info delivered straight to your inbox in bite-sized, easy-to-follow pieces, because I guess our school system just dropped the ball on that one. Link in the description. As I've said, the people who are benefiting most from this instability and infighting certainly aren't the kids we're supposed to be educating and preparing for life. It's the people who are set to make the most money if public education is taken off the table, like in places like Florida, where Ron DeSantis is continuing Jeb Bush's legacy of public school infiltration, using somehow more unhinged tactics like banning books and passing Don't Say Gay bans. And these bans and laws have a chilling effect on liberal teachers, which is entirely the point. DeSantis also held voluntary training sessions for civics teachers, luring them with a $700 stipend and a chance to win $3,000 if they completed an online course. The sessions were reportedly developed by that incredibly conservative college, Hillside, and had a distinctly conservative slant, according to many attendees. And remember the other week how we talked about how money is ruining democracy? Yeah, that's also true in school board races across the country. In response to the New York Times 1619 project, which created curriculum for teaching about slavery and American history, Trump created the 1776 project, basically to reinforce the teachings of our founding fathers as godlike figures and the United States as infallible and always on the right side of history. And the 1776 project PAC, because of course it has a PAC, is at the center of the conservative effort effort to control education at a local level. The 1776 group PAC donated tons of money to local school board races, elevating conservative majorities to office in dozens of school districts across the country, leading many of those newly empowered leaders to fire superintendents and enact sweeping bills of rights for parents. In Maryland, the PAC backed 3 school board candidates running as the Education Not Indoctrination slate, claiming in ads that children are being held captive by schools, using the classic far-right fear-mongering tactics that have proven highly effective in getting people to show up to the polls. And this money often makes all the difference in these local school board races where people generally don't pay much attention. So anyone who has name or face recognition in those races is head and shoulders above the competition. In Texas, Patriot Mobile, yes, a wireless company that for some reason is also political, has a political arm of the company, and they spent over $400,000 on a handful of school board elections in North Texas, where the company is based, and all of its favored candidates won, putting conservatives in control of 4 districts. And what's so insidious about all of this is that when a few deranged right-wing parents attack schools for anti-American teaching or cry critical race theory at any whiff of discussions of race or racism in the classroom, those complaints go up the chain to the school board and are then legitimized by the deranged right-wing school board members who were put in place by a few dark money PACs who will ultimately benefit when these parents and other families they've fearmongered finally pull their students out of public schools and put them into private schools. And that's exactly what's happening. These tactics are replacing school boards with highly conservative candidates who are allowing the views of a few parents to be imposed on all parents, or their conservative talking points are fearmongering parents into pulling their kids from what they see as a communist, liberal-infested public school and pushing kids, mostly white kids, wealthy kids, into a privatized system of education. And this is the whole point. Republicans, at least Republican leaders, are on a crusade in favor of school choice, and one of their favorite weapons is school vouchers. According to the National School Boards Association, school vouchers are education tax dollars that are diverted from public schools to help subsidize the tuition of private and religious schools. They take tax dollars and give it to individual families and students to help them fund their education however they see fit outside of public schools. The idea of school vouchers was first introduced in Wisconsin in the 1990s, but they were seen as a way to provide disabled students with the funds to secure schooling at a specialized institution that was better suited to fit their needs. This idea was of course co-opted by conservatives as a means to take tax dollars and reroute them into private institutions. They did it with the prisons, why not do it with the schools? School vouchers have since become the rallying cry behind the school choice movement, providing families, often already well-off families, with tax dollars to subsidize their child's private school tuition instead of keeping those tax dollars in the incredibly underfunded public school system. This is especially problematic in areas where funding for public schools is extremely limited, leading to lower quality of education and driving more and more families to school choice and taking advantage of voucher systems that then further erode the quality of the public schools. And often these vouchers don't cover the full cost of tuition at local private schools, so it's only the wealthier students that are able to leave the public school system, taking tax dollars along with them to help subsidize their private education. On top of this, oftentimes in areas where public schools fall short, a number of charter schools will pop up to try to fill the void. Charter schools receive government funding but operate independently of the established state school system. And while these schools are over—
Wait a tick. Oh. Can I loop this? Oh. There it is.
Seen by the rules set forth in their charter or agreement with usually a state board of some sort or something, they do not have to comply with the same regulations that traditional public schools must comply with. In many states, for-profit companies called education management organizations run charter schools, often wielding power over a large number of schools and making money off the public funding used to run these charter schools. Charter schools can also raise funds through private donations, and philanthropists love this. Take money and power out of the hands of the state and look good and charitable while doing it? Sign me up! Betsy DeVos and family are major donors to charter schools. A 2017 study by Stanford University's Center for Research on Educational Outcomes found that students in charter schools managed by for-profit companies performed markedly worse compared to their peers in charters run by nonprofit groups and in public schools. And nowhere is this more evident than in Florida, where vouchers have led poorer students who were promised a better education into enrolling in low-cost, low-quality charter schools in abandoned strip malls that go out of business with little or no warning. Because Republicans are now in charge of local school boards and in charge of the organizations that create charter schools, they've ensured that there is little to no oversight over many charter schools, under the theory that this lack of oversight will foster innovation in teachers. But in reality, it allows for these underperforming charter schools to continue to grow and turn a profit. In Ohio, after a decade of GOP leaders siphoning off public school funding and directing it towards politically connected charter schools, state education rankings have fallen from 5th in the nation to 31st. And school choice and vouchers don't end with charter schools. Vouchers can also be used to fund homeschooling and micro schools or groups of homeschooled children. But there's no way to guarantee that the voucher money actually is spent on real educational expenses. There are few standards or requirements for homeschooling and no home visits or anything to homeschools or micro schools to see if they're actually teaching what they're supposed to be teaching. It's not difficult to opt out of standardized testing for homeschool students, and this makes it very easy to cover up negligence and fraud. And vouchers can also be used by students to subsidize tuition to private religious schools, many of which were founded by segregationists in the wake of the Brown v. Board of Education decision and remain incredibly segregated to this day. There's very little government oversight of religious schools, and these schools are private, so they don't need to comply with the Americans with Disability Act or Title IX or state civil rights laws that protect LGBTQ students, etc., leading to discrimination and abuse. But conservatives can tout the benefit of using vouchers to send your kids to private schools because they do tend to have higher test scores overall, often because poor and disadvantaged children and students with special needs are excluded from these schools. And because those vouchers are pulling funds from already underfunded public schools, further eroding their performance and making private schools look like the more attractive option. So now, instead of a system touted by our forefathers to benefit the good of society by creating an educated citizenry by putting a publicly funded schoolhouse on every square mile of inhabited land, we have a fragmented, deeply polarized education system that's been turned into a battleground over extremist beliefs, where a very small percentage of the electorate is creating a ton of noise, urged on by Republican leaders who benefit financially and politically from the fear-mongering. And as with many of these wedge issues that have become huge talking points for a small group of voters and a large chunk of Republican leaders, it doesn't reflect the feelings of the majority of Americans. A recent poll found that only 4% of the public lists education as the most important issue in America. 4%. And tons of recent research has found that Republican book bans perform very, very poorly among swing voters. And yet, despite this, in the past 3 years, legislators in 28 states have passed at least 71 bills controlling what teachers and students can say at school. And history tells us that ultimately Republicans are right about one thing. School is the ultimate battleground for the outcome of our society. We've always known that. The question is whether we want to indoctrinate kids with hate and white supremacy, or whether we want to indoctrinate them with critical thinking skills and acceptance of differences. And Republicans are louder on this front, but the US populace isn't on board with most of the more radical Republican talking points. Most Americans support teachers and higher education. Anecdotally, there are always unhinged right-wing parents that teachers have had to deal with, and it's only gotten worse, especially with COVID, but sane parents are still in the majority. They're often just the centrists who aren't very loud. So it's a matter of mobilizing more of them, not for liberal or conservative agendas, but for middle ground reform that empowers parents and teachers and actually benefits our nation's students. One thing that has to happen is that liberal politicians have to work to better understand the appeal of school choice, especially for families in poor areas where teacher quality and attrition are serious problems facing public school systems. They have to be able to speak to that. But ultimately, the solution to that problem isn't to pull funding and reroute it to under-regulated private schools. It's to pay teachers more and direct more dollars towards our public education. Several studies conducted over years have shown that sustained spending increases improve improve student outcomes, from test scores to graduation rates to college attendance. Students perform better when more money is spent on public education, and the benefits tend to be greatest for lower income students and districts. But therein lies the power of the Republican agenda on education. Paying teachers in schools more in tax revenue would require faith in the education system, faith that's been undercut over decades and decades of work by Republicans, and a rewriting of tax dollars from rich districts to poor districts that rich conservatives don't want. And in poor areas, in conservative and Republican-held states and counties that are home to some of the nation's worst public education, the fear-mongering about commie liberal teachers infiltrating public schools and brainwashing our kids means that voters will vote against their own and their children's own best interests, perpetuating a system that keeps more and more children in the dark and more money in the pockets of private education and the far-right donors and politicians that support it. If you liked this video, you'll also like my video all about how money is ruining democracy. Thank you to my Patreon supporters, including my newest patrons, and an extra special shout out to my multi-platinum patrons Anthony Giles and Brett Piontek. If you're interested in behind-the-scenes content, access to my research and show notes, content about my dog, and all sorts of other stuff, consider joining me over on Patreon today. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I
like when they do that. I consider this hate immigrants. This is
an invasion at the border. A crisis.
Kinkies.
The likes of which we've never seen before. Drug smuggling, criminals, rapists, the great replacement. The way conservatives talk about the immigration debate, you'd think our country's borders were under siege by a swarm of armed militants as part of a massive plot to invade our country, rape our women, hook us on drugs, steal all our jobs, and have as many babies as possible in an attempt to wipe out the white race. And listen, there is a humanitarian crisis at our southern border, but the groups of women, children, fathers, kids mucking through the dirt trying to seek safety, security, and jobs is a far cry from the militant throngs that conservatives would have us believe are staging a mass invasion and posing an existential threat to the American way of life. Study after study shows that immigrants are not the monsters the GOP would have us believe, but conservatives are backed by centuries of anti-immigrant fear-mongering that simply changes flavor depending on whichever group of immigrants is newest. Right now it's Latin Americans, but the rhetoric is nothing new, and conservatives have learned to harness it to continue their tried and true playbook of scaring the shit out of their base so they show up and vote, no matter what the facts or the data actually say. This is why conservatives are so obsessed with immigrants. Roll the intro. With the colder weather, I love eating nice, warm, delicious, comforting food. And fall flavors truly are my most favorite. They can't be beat. And with Factor, I can get the delicious, warm comfort food without spending time grocery shopping, cooking, or cleaning. Thank God. Thank you to my partner for this video, my favorite meal prep service, Factor. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen meals straight to your doorstep. They have gourmet chefs creating each meal, and you can tell this isn't your grandma's frozen TV dinner. Recently, I tried this Chipotle rubbed pork chop, and it was so good. Like, if I had cooked this for myself, I would have been very proud of myself. Luckily, though, I didn't have to, thanks to Factor. I love how many veggies are in this meal. It makes me feel confident that I'm getting all my veggies in. It's delicious, well seasoned, packed with flavor, and perfectly cooked. Tell me another way you can get all of that delivered directly to your doorstep and ready to eat in 2 minutes in the microwave. I'll tell you, you can't. Factor is it, folks. They offer 27+ weekly meal options so you'll never get bored. And they have keto, vegan, and vegetarian options to fit your needs. The taste, the convenience, the flexibility. It can't be beat, especially because I can't be bothered to cook. Thanks to Factor, I don't have to, but I also get to eat delicious meals at the same time. This is a no-brainer. Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code LEJA50 to get 50% off your first Factor box. Thanks, Factor. For as long as immigration has existed in this country, there's been anti-immigrant sentiment. The first naturalization laws were actually straightforward and liberally allowed the entrance of immigrants into the country. In an effort, according to Thomas Jefferson, an invasion at the border. A crisis the likes of which we've never seen. An invasion at the border. A crisis the likes of which we've never seen before. Drug smuggling, criminals, rapists, the great replacement. The way conservatives talk about the immigration debate, you'd think our country's borders were under siege by a swarm of armed militants as part of a massive plot to invade our country, rape our women, hook us on drugs, steal all our jobs, and have as many babies as possible in an attempt to wipe out the white race. And listen, there is a humanitarian crisis at our southern border, but the groups of women, children, fathers, kids mucking through the dirt trying to seek safety, security, and jobs is a far cry from the militant throngs that conservatives would have us believe are staging a mass invasion and posing an existential threat to the American way of life. Study after study shows that immigrants are not the monsters the GOP would have us believe. But conservatives are backed by centuries of anti-immigrant fear-mongering that simply changes flavor depending on whichever group of immigrants is newest. Right now it's Latin Americans, but the rhetoric is nothing new. And conservatives have learned to harness it to continue their tried and true playbook of scaring the shit out of their base so they show up and vote, no matter what the facts or the data actually say. This is why conservatives are so obsessed with immigrants. Roll the intro.
Roll the intro.
Delivers fresh, never frozen meals straight to your door. The entrance of immigrants into the country. And I don't have to, but I also get to eat delicious meals at the code LEGIA50 in this country. There's been anti-immigrant sentiment. The first naturalization laws were actually straightforward and liberally allowed the entrance of immigrants into the country in an effort, according to Thomas Jefferson, to produce rapid population by as great importations of foreigners as possible. That sentiment didn't last long, though. The Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798 were passed in the face of looming war with France, an effort to increase residency requirements to acquire national citizenship, allowing deportation of
It's kind of crazy to think that even after independence, there was just still so much war to come, and it's still happening.
Immigrants deemed dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States, or who were enemies of the nation, and limiting freedom of speech and criticism of the government. And that fear of immigrants as posing a threat to national security and our sense of nationhood has persisted. Throughout the 1800s, developments in Europe, including the Irish potato famine of 1845 and political revolutions, pushed numerous German and Irish Catholic immigrants to the United States, increasing the number of immigrants from 600,000 in the 1830s to 1.8 million a decade later. Nativists at the time, those in favor of limiting immigration, warned of wage competition, immigrant abuse of the welfare system, and religious clashes between the Catholic immigrants and mainly Protestant U.S. population. That was, of course, until the Civil War, which created high demand for workers in the war industries. So to encourage immigration, Lincoln passed the Homestead Act and the Contract Labor Act to offer land and jobs to qualified immigrants. Qualified being the key term here, giving rights only to free white people, but also notably to Africans and people of African descent. The passage of the 14th Amendment granted citizenship to all people born or naturalized in the United States. But for decades, the federal government held the position that the 14th Amendment did not apply to certain immigrants, such as Chinese immigrants and their descendants, many of whom built the railroads and industry that allowed the United States to flourish in the 1800s. The strength of anti-Chinese sentiment is evident not only in Congress's interpretation of the 14th Amendment at the time, but also through the passage of the Page Act of 1875 and the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, which restricted immigration of Chinese laborers and most Chinese women who were all assumed to be sex workers, and created general blanket bans on immigrants from China. In 1889, the Supreme Court's decision in Che Chan-ping versus United States supported this anti-immigrant sentiment, saying that Chinese laborer immigration was in numbers approaching the character of an Oriental invasion. Into the 1900s, nativists argued that immigrants impeded the American ability to achieve an ideal society. They committed crimes, abused the welfare system, and required that native-born Americans, white Americans that is, be protected from the lowering immigrant classes. It was during the turn of the 20th century when eugenics and race science took hold, with many scientists, academics, and doctors believing that certain ethnicities possessed immutable characteristics that prevented assimilation into American society, cherry-picking data to propose suppose that immigrants from Northern and Western
that's
Europe
true,
were
but, like,
innately superior
on
to
the other
those from
side.
Southern and Eastern Europe, ignoring the numerous Northern and Western Europeans who were criminals and depended on the welfare system. They administered so-called intelligence tests to prove the intellectual inferiority of Black Americans and new immigrants, intentionally including an overrepresentation of mentally
Hey,
handicapped
it's my
people in their
birthday.
tests. This led to the passage of the Emergency Quota Act of 1921, which established for the first time caps or quotas on the number of immigrants from each region, favoring Western and Northern European immigrants and giving special exemptions for family members of U.S. citizens, with the assumption that the family member exemption would be mostly used by Western and Northern Europeans. And these laws were bipartisan and widely popular because of the pervasive nativist messaging that promoted nationalism, eugenics, and xenophobia. Statistician Francis A. Walker of MIT, who oversaw the 1870 and 1890 censuses, argued in favor of restricting immigration because immigration depressed the fertility of the native white population and resulted in the replacement of native by foreign elements. A sentiment that echoes the replacement theory rhetoric made popular today through conservative dog whistles. NYU sociologist Henry Pratt Fairchild wrote a book called The Melting Pot Mistake. State Senator Edwin E. Grant stated, "The prosperity made possible by our forefathers has lured the parasites of Europe, the scum that could have so well been eliminated from the melting pot." Economist Roy L. Garris reasoned that admitting Mexicans destroys the biological, social, and economic advantages to be secured from the restriction of immigration. Even though in the early 1900s the federal government classified Mexicans as white, the racial classifications we currently give to people is entirely an invention of the last few decades, let alone what they were talking about 100 plus years ago. I recently read the book Fearing the Black Body about the racist origins of fat phobia, and in it, the author traces some of the history of race science and race-based classifications throughout the centuries, and at one point, Irish people were considered part of the same race as people from Africa, which adds further context to the racist fear-mongering during the height of the Irish immigration in the mid-1800s. Race, it turns out, is made up, and which people belong to subjugated races changes based on the flavor of the era. The U.S. Border Patrol is also a relatively new concept established in the 1924 Immigration Act. Louis Beam, a prominent white nationalist, helped train KKK members to implement the Klan Border Watch to target immigrants crossing the Texas-Mexico border, inspiring border vigilantes to this day. Due to these new laws and the economic downturn of the Great Depression, immigration plummeted in the 1930s. And then World War II came along, and it really complicated our views on immigration. In the years leading up to the war, nativists in the United States had controlled the conversation enough that very few Jewish refugees were allowed into the country. Hitler himself, said, "It is a shameful example to observe today how the entire democratic world dissolves in tears of pity, but then, in spite of its obvious duty to help, closes its heart to the poor, tortured people." After the war, when the horrors of the Holocaust were discovered and the U.S. had to face its role in turning its back on refugees, new laws were passed specifically pertaining to refugees seeking asylum in the United States. In the 1950s, the Bracero program created a simple pathway for Latin American immigrants to enter the country legally and obtain work, especially in the industrial and agricultural
¿Vacerro o becerro?
Holocaust were discovered and the U.S. had to face its role in turning its back on refugees, new laws were passed specifically pertaining to refugees' simple pathway for Latin America and the United States. In the 1950s, the Bracero
Bracero. What the shit? Becerro. I'm like, last night we heard a liquor talk. Bro.
program created a simple pathway for Latin American immigrants to enter the country legally and obtain work, especially in the industrial and agricultural industries that needed low-wage labor. The creation of a simple pathway for legal entry meant that the number of removals and apprehensions at the border plummeted by 1955. A Border Patrol official at the time warned that if the Bracero program was ever repealed or a restriction placed on the number of Braceros allowed to enter the United States, we can look forward to a large increase in the number of illegal alien entries entrance into the United States. And of course, that very thing happened in 1964 when Congress canceled the Bracero program in response to political pressure from labor unions, whose members were being undercut by cheap immigrant labor. As a result, illegal immigration surged again because Congress failed to replace the program with another guest worker visa program. Ending the Bracero program didn't end immigration into the United States, it simply made it illegal. Interestingly, during this time, many Republicans were actually in favor of immigration because of the cheap labor it provided for big business. The post-civil rights movement era saw a shift away from outwardly xenophobic language to a focus on numbers and population control. John Tanton, an ophthalmologist from Michigan who was also a eugenicist, pioneered the rise of using immigration as a political tactic to lobby Congress and get people to the polls. He founded a number of organizations that effectively lobbied and testified against immigration, including the Federation for American Immigration Reform, or FAIR, which still exists today. The organization website prides itself on not being a racist organization, it's just one that protects the US from the boogeyman of immigrants. Oh, and it just happens to have a eugenicist founder with ties to multiple white supremacist organizations. And with this increased attention on Washington and lobbying Congress came a number of immigration reform bills throughout the 80s and 90s. The Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986 gave amnesty to certain groups of illegal immigrants and penalties for employers who hired undocumented immigrants, but did not create a way for low-wage migrants from Latin America to enter and work lawfully. So even though the act boosted the number of Border Patrol agents, illegal immigration continued to increase. The Immigration Act of 1990 increased the number of green cards issued in order to attempt to attract skilled immigrant workers. Still, illegal immigration continued to climb. The Clinton administration attempted to reduce this illegal immigration via border operations, such as Operation Hold the Line in 1993 and Operation Gatekeeper in 1994. Despite this, the illegal immigrant population in the U.S. rose from 3.5 million in 1990 to 5.7 million in 1995. By 1997, the number of Border Patrol agents had doubled in the last decade, and this did nothing to slow illegal immigration. It simply made the process more expensive and dangerous to immigrants who were inclined to use and pay high fees to smugglers. By the presidency of George W. Bush, who had won in part by appealing to Hispanic voters through support of expanding legal immigration, a whole new immigrant threat was on our hands.
Oh, shit.
Muslims. Congress passed the Patriot Act shortly after the 9/11 attacks, which reduced the rights of immigrants by expanding deportation powers and allowing the Attorney General to detain immigrants without charge or due process. In 2002, the Homeland Security Act consolidated 22 federal departments into the new Department of Homeland Security, creating Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. Meaning that the current scheme for managing illegal immigration, ICE, is just 20 years old. Bush also signed the Enhanced Border Security and Visa Entry Reform Act of 2002 and the Secure Fence Act of 2006, all in an effort to give the government as much power as possible to detain immigrants, often without due process or a trial. In 2012, Obama created DACA, or the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, via executive order, granting a 2-year work permit and protection from deportation for certain undocumented immigrants. Despite this seemingly progressive stance on immigration, Obama's administration removed more illegal immigrants than any other administration on record, earning him the nickname Deporter-in-Chief. He deported about 3 million immigrants between 2009 and 2016, averaging far more per year than Trump, who in 2017 deported 295,000 immigrants, which was the lowest total in a year since 2006. This despite the constant anti-immigrant rhetoric Trump used to get elected. Trump's campaign and win in 2016 marked a mainstream popularization of anti-immigrant sentiment that had always been brewing there under the surface. As with many things we've talked about before, Trump said out loud the things that most people would only say in the shadows. The idea of a border crisis is a convenient scapegoat for the problems many of Trump's base have been feeling for a long time, including stagnating wages, growing wealth inequality, and a loss in job security. Decrying the influx of immigrants at the border for taking the things that are rightfully conferred on U.S. citizens only, and thereby threatening their existence, has a great way of scaring the shit out of voters and getting them to the polls. Trump and his supporters also gleefully espouse the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, which posits that illegal immigrants are flooding our borders as part of a scheme orchestrated by Jews and elites to import immigrants who will have more babies and replace white people with immigrant populations that generally tend to vote Democrat.
Latin American countries are changing election outcomes here by forcing demographic change on this country at a rate that American voters consistently say they don't want.
Our plan achieves two critical goals. First, it stops illegal immigration and fully secures the border. And second, it establishes a new legal immigration system that protects American wages, promotes American values, and attracts the best and brightest from all around the world.
This, of course, ignores the fact that a third of the Latino electorate voted for Trump in 2020. This is based on a longer-standing theory first developed in the early 20th century by French nationalist theorists. Then, in 1973, French author Jean Raspail, I don't speak French, he wrote a novel called The Camp of the Saints, an apocalypse story depicting the destruction of white Western society at the hands of mass immigration from the global South. And then American white supremacist groups read it in the 80s and 90s and were like, this guy is onto something. It remains a popular manifesto today for anti-immigration leaders like Stephen Miller and Steve Bannon. And in 2012, Renaud Camus, another Frenchman, wrote a book called The Great Replacement, in which he argues that white Europeans are being reverse colonized by black and brown immigrants who are flooding the continent in what amounts to an extinction-level event. Since then, the term the Great Replacement has caught hold among fringe alt-right groups, who were then emboldened and brought into the mainstream by the strongly anti-immigrant rhetoric that Trump felt all too comfortable spouting off at every campaign rally.
Why do we want these people from, quote, all these countries here?
These aren't people. These are animals. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. We're gonna have our border.
We want these people from, quote, all these countries here.
These aren't people. These are animals. They're bringing drugs. These aren't
rally. The immigrant rhetoric that Trump felt all too comfortable spouting off at every campaign rally.
Why do we want these people from, quote, all these countries here?
These aren't people. These are animals. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. And some, I assume, are good people. We're going to have our borders nice and strong. We're going to build the wall. Build a wall. We're going to build a wall. I'm going to build a wall, and Mexico's going to pay for it.
To the point where you have a mob of men in Charlottesville in 2017 screaming, "You will not replace us," in public. And in October of 2018, 11 congregants at a Pittsburgh synagogue were gunned down by a shooter who was motivated by his belief in the Great Replacement theory. And in August 2019, 23 people were gunned down at a Walmart in El Paso. The shooter specifically targeted Latino shoppers and referenced the Great Replacement theory and his fears of a Hispanic invasion of Texas in his manifesto. And despite this, despite the fact that people have been murdered because of the violent rhetoric surrounding the Great Replacement theory, pundits and politicians continue to tout it, including Tucker Carlson while he was still at Fox, with human trash bag Florida Representative Matt Gaetz tweeting, "Tucker Carlson is correct about replacement theory as he explains what is happening to America." And self-proclaimed white supremacists have rejoiced, with one announcing, now Tucker is name-dropping the Great Replacement theory on his broadcasts. That's due to us. And Trump's references to an invasion of immigrants are a handy dog whistle, as the rhetoric of invasions is popularly used, and has been for decades, as part of the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. He plays into the fears even when he's not explicitly citing the theory. And as I've said over and over and over about every single conservative talking point I've examined, fear is the end goal here. Fear gets people to the polls. Fearful people are easier to manipulate and control. Fear also knows no reason or logic, allowing leaders not only to get more power and influence, but also to do so while spouting information that is easily disproved and clearly false. And it doesn't matter, because when you appeal to emotions, especially strong ones like fear and a sense of home and belonging, you can get people to do pretty much anything. Because the facts and the data false. And it doesn't matter.
She's like, kiss my baby. Kiss my baby, please.
because when you appeal to emotions, especially strong ones like fear and a sense of home and belonging, you can get people to do pretty much anything. Because the facts and the data simply do not support what conservatives are saying. And what's worrying is the fear is catching. So it's not just the alt-right or fringe groups or even just conservatives anymore who believe that immigrants pose an existential threat to this country. A 2022 NPR poll found that more than half of Americans say there's an invasion at the southern border of the United States. Studies have shown time and again that immigrants are less likely to commit crimes or be incarcerated than native-born Americans, but most Republican respondents to the poll believed the opposite. More than a third of all respondents believed that native-born Americans are being systematically replaced by immigrants. A large number of Americans believe that immigrants are the reason why fentanyl overdose deaths have increased in this country, even though there is no evidence directly linking them to the problem. And the vast majority of fentanyl is smuggled through official ports of entry by major drug cartels or other Americans and hidden in large trucks. In fact, Victor Manjarrez, a former Border Patrol sector chief, noted that virtually none of the drugs being smuggled into the U.S. are being smuggled by the migrants themselves. Despite this, 60% of Republicans in that NPR poll said that most of the fentanyl entering the United States is smuggled by migrants. And of course, Republicans who got their news from Fox and conservative media were much more likely to believe the false narrative about immigrants and to believe in them more strongly. But it wasn't just Republicans who were buying into the anti-immigrant narrative. Current polling shows that support for immigrants and immigration reform that supports pathways for legal immigration is much lower than it was 4 years ago across the board. This can be attributed to the combination of economic downturn, which makes people particularly skittish and afraid of job insecurity, combined with the perception of chaos at the border. And despite the fact that the dramatic influx of immigrants after COVID restrictions were lifted didn't materialize to the extent anticipated by the media, coverage of border issues by the media, not just right-wing media, but most media, has led to the perception that there's an abnormal and threatening amount of chaos at the border right now. A Pew Research study found that the immigration crisis was one of the most heavily covered issues by the press in the early days of the Biden administration. And there is certainly chaos at the border, and many humanitarian, food, shelter, and legal representation crises happening at once. But it's not at the dramatic and dangerous scale that Fox News commentators would have you believe. According to Representative Gerald Connolly of Virginia, between December 2022 and January 2023, the number of border crossing encounters were cut in half. In 2021, net international migration into the United States increased by about 247,000 people, which is the lowest level of increase for any year since 2010, and about half the number of people who came into the country between 2019 and 2020 during the Trump presidency. Over 90% of fentanyl arrives at legal points of entry and is smuggled by Americans, while migrants accounted for less than 9% of fentanyl trafficking convictions in 2021, compared to 86% for Americans. Data released in February 2023 shows that 99.4% of immigrants monitored by ICE showed up to their court hearings. Only 0.6% did not show up for their hearings. An American Immigration Council report studying 11 years of data showed that 83% of all immigrants attended their hearings, and those who failed to appear often did not receive notice because of changing addresses or they faced hardship and had trouble getting to court. These aren't the criminals skirting the law and running rampant that conservatives would have their constituents believe. So as I've established, conservatives are full of shit when it comes to the imminent threat of lawless immigrants stealing jobs. Much of the academic literature shows that natives and immigrants largely take different types of jobs, with some industries like seasonal farm work dominated almost entirely by immigrants doing work natives are not willing to do. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, foreign-born workers account for 18% of the civilian labor force, with Hispanic workers accounting for nearly 1/2 of that force. Foreign-born workers are more likely to be employed in the service industry, construction, maintenance, and transportation jobs. The great wage deflation or lack of jobs for white people that conservatives threaten as the natural outcome of immigration simply isn't happening, despite the fact that immigrant numbers have continuously grown for decades. The unemployment rate is at its lowest level in decades at 3.7% for native-born people and 3.4% for foreign-born people. The number of foreign-born people benefiting from the welfare system is minuscule compared to the number of white people who benefit from the system. The Cato Institute found that immigrants consumed 27% less welfare and entitlement benefits per capita than native-born Americans in 2020. The numbers simply do not add up to the horror story being told by conservatives. So what actually is happening at our southern southern border. Almost half of all migrants apprehended at the southern border are expelled back to Mexico. Nearly all are unarmed. Many have traveled thousands of miles through desert and rainforest and all types of weather to escape poverty, violence, and authoritarian governments, coming to the U.S. border and turning themselves into border patrol, hoping to reunite with their families or gain asylum, employment, or other protections in the United States. They are overwhelmingly young people, children, mothers and fathers, and entire families trying to make their lives better. Many, many people lose their lives on the journey to our southern border. Many, many more people are trafficked by smugglers, robbed, raped because of their incredibly precarious position, traveling long distances with nothing but what they carry. Trump-era sanctions on some of the most vulnerable nations like Haiti and Venezuela simply pushed more people to the brink and encouraged more people to try to escape the conditions in their country and come to the United States. Trump-era provisions that cut funding for beds at processing centers have led to complete overwhelm at shelters for migrants along the border. The Department of Homeland Security manages the largest immigration detention system in the world and spends more on immigration enforcement than all other federal enforcement agencies combined. But 62% of immigration detention facilities are subcontracted to private prison companies, known for cutting corners to make as much profit off government dollars as possible. Immigration detention is a method for keeping track of immigrants as they go through deportation proceedings. It's based on the same correctional model as our prison system, and even managed by the same private companies who manage our prisons. But immigration proceedings are not criminal proceedings. I repeat, immigration proceedings are not criminal proceedings. 45% of illegal immigrants entered the country legally and overstayed their visa. That is not a crime. There is no provision in the U.S. Criminal Code that provides for a criminal punishment for overstaying your visa. Deportation proceedings are administered by the Department of Homeland Security, an administrative agency, not the Department of Justice. These are civil proceedings. What this means is that thousands and thousands of people are being held against their will with flimsy due process at best in facilities that mimic jails in every way, despite not being accused of a crime and not being a part of the criminal justice system. Many times there hasn't even been a determination as to whether or not they're a flight risk. They're simply held in custody to keep track of them, or while they await a sponsor or other housing arrangement. Additionally, because these aren't criminal proceedings, immigrants facing deportation are not guaranteed representation. That guarantee only applies in criminal cases. More than half of all people facing immigration court proceedings are unrepresented, including 84% of those in detention. Children and unaccompanied minors make up over 2/3 of all immigration cases, and most of them are unrepresented in court. So there are literal children walking into court proceedings alone with no one to advocate for them. And many of the migrants being held in detention centers are in the United States to legally seek asylum. They're following all of the rules. They turn themselves in, and they're held in prisons while they move through the system, a system that is wildly backlogged. The data makes it clear that immigrants at the southern border do not pose a risk of committing crimes or even taking advantage of our welfare systems. Holding them in correctional facilities without due process would be unheard of in the criminal justice context, but has been normalized in the context of immigration to the point where we put children in cages rather than let them roam free. What's needed is not more detention centers or more Border Patrol agents. The shelters at the border where many migrants go while they wait transportation to reunite with family members or sponsors, or where they await their immigration hearings if they're not detained, or where they obtain social services, those shelters are absolutely overwhelmed and in need of more support. There are countries who don't operate on a detention-first model, where alternatives to detention programs are emphasized that are generally more humane and cost-effective than immigration detention. According to Human Rights Watch, governments should replace immigration detention with community-based case management programs that provide a holistic set of services, including access to legal aid and guidance on securing basic necessities such as housing and employment. And the U.S. has tried some alternatives and found success with them, including under the U.S. Family Case Management Program, in which ICE worked with community-based organizations that provided food, clothing, medical services, and referrals to other services. And these cost around $38 per family per day, compared with $319 per family per day for detention, with check-in compliance at 99.4%. Despite this program's success, the Trump administration gutted it. As has been shown over and over and over again throughout the history of this country, America has always attracted throngs of immigrants. Programs that have provided a comprehensive way to legally enter and work in this country have lowered the numbers of illegal immigrants and allowed millions to work and build a life for themselves here in a way that contributed to the fabric of this country. When those easier pathways for legal entry are removed, people continue to immigrate. They simply do so illegally, creating more regulatory difficulties and backlog. The boogeyman tales of immigrant criminals and foreign invasion do not hold up when the data is examined. And the crisis at the border involves due process violations and a lack of social services, not violent militants coming to wage war on the American way of life. If you liked this video, you might also like my video about why the US has so many prisoners. Thank you to my Patreon supporters, including my newest patrons, and an extra special shout out to my multi-platinum patrons, Sophia Sams, Anthony Giles, and Brett Piantek. If you're interested in behind-the-scenes content, access to my research and show notes, content about my dog, and all sorts of other stuff, consider joining me over.
Bro, what is this? Can it not? Okay. How you doing that? 7 schools.
I am a red-blooded American.
Okay.
I was born in New Hampshire, love the United States, but I 100% see containment, and I 100% see what the Biden administration doing to China is wrong. It's morally wrong. He's oppressing 1.4 billion Chinese simply because they're Chinese.
This is Sean Ryan, an American who has lived in China for over 25 years. I recently had the chance to sit down with Sean for an exclusive interview. We discussed the state of the Chinese economy and how foreign companies are now looking at China. We talk about US-China geopolitics, the effects of zero COVID, and if the Chinese people still support the Chinese government. Finally, watch to the end of the video to hear an incredible story from Sean's recent visit to Xinjiang, where he reveals what the Chinese government is really doing to the local Uyghur families in the region. If you really want to understand what China is like in 2023, this is the interview for you to watch.
Well, everybody, welcome to the beautiful Pudong district. We're here right in the heart of Lujiazui, the financial district of Shanghai, and I'm joined by Sean Ryan. Sean.
Nice to meet you, Cyrus.
Absolutely.
Thank you for making time before you fly back to the U.S.
Absolutely. Well, we've had a whirlwind tour here in China the last few days. I've been in 5 cities in the last 7 days. I've come back to China, really wanting to see what is China like after the COVID pandemic. China was essentially cut off from the world for over 3 years. It's now reopened. The borders are open. And, for everybody, Sean is an amazing entrepreneur here in China. You're originally from the United States. I know you've lived now longer in China than you have in the United States. And, Sean, our goal with today is I really want to get your insights into the economy here, what is driving the future, and kind of some of your predictions for the future of China, because I know that you were here on the ground through the entire pandemic. You run a company called China Market Research Group. And so you're the man that we want to see and get these insights in. So tell us a little bit about, the state of the Chinese economy in 2023.
Well, I think, Cyrus, it's great. Have you noticed a big change since you were here last?
Yeah, that's a great question. It was interesting. When I came into Pudong Airport, I flew into Terminal 1, which is the internationals. And at the time, I was transferred in from Seoul, Korea, and there was only 2 flights that came in. And so it was actually a very different experience. I mean, Pudong, the last time I was here, was much busier, much more lively. It seemed a lot more quiet. And then I would have to say the last few days that I have not seen as, the trains and the buses and the planes have not been as packed as.
I am a red-blooded American. I was born in New Hampshire, love the United States, but I 100% see containment, and I 100% see what the Biden administration doing to China is wrong. It's morally wrong. He's oppressing 1.4 billion Chinese simply because they're Chinese.
This is Sean Ryan, an American who has lived in China for over 25 years. I recently had the chance to sit down with Sean for an exclusive interview. We discussed the state of the Chinese economy and how foreign companies are now looking at China. We talk about US-China geopolitics, the effects of zero COVID, and if the Chinese people still support the Chinese government. Finally, watch to the end of the video to hear an incredible story from Sean's recent visit to Xinjiang, where he reveals that the Chinese government is...
Where's my... There's just not there. Oh. Here. Here.
really doing to the local weaker families in the region. If you really want to understand what China is like in 2023, this is the interview for you to watch.
Well, everybody, welcome to the beautiful Pudong district. We're here right in the heart of Lujiazui, the financial district of Shanghai, and I'm joined by Sean Ryan. Sean.
Nice to meet you, Cyrus.
Absolutely.
Thank you for making time before you fly back to the U.S.
Absolutely. Well, we've had a whirlwind tour here in China the last few days. I've been in 5 cities in the last 7 days. I've come back to China, really wanting to see what is China like after the COVID pandemic. China was essentially cut off from the world for over 3 years. It's now reopened. The borders are open. And, for everybody, Sean is an amazing entrepreneur here in China. You're originally from the United States. I know you've lived now longer in China than you have in the United States. And, Sean, our goal with today is I really want to get your insights into the economy here, what is driving the future, and kind of some of your predictions for the future of China, because I know that you were, you were here on the ground through the entire pandemic. You run a company called China Market Research Group. And so you're the man that we want to see and get these insights in. So tell us a little bit about, the state of the Chinese economy in 2023.
Well, I think, Cyrus, it's great. Have you noticed a big change since you were here last?
Yeah, that's a great question. It was interesting. When I came into Pudong Airport, I flew into Terminal 1, which is the internationals. And at the time, I was transferred in from Seoul, Korea, and there was only 2 flights that came in. And so it was actually a very different experience. Pudong, the last time I was here, was much busier, much more lively. It seemed a lot more quiet. And then I would have to say the last few days that I have not seen as, the trains and the buses and the planes have not been as packed as you would imagine for, being in China.
And the travel sector, frankly, Cyrus, is probably doing better than just about any other sector in China today.
Right.
But outbound tourism just hasn't happened. And I think, I was in Singapore a couple weeks ago. I went to Thailand, and everybody is waiting for this great surge of Chinese travelers after 3 years traveling overseas. Right. Because in 2019, about 180 million Chinese traveled abroad. Right. They were the ones fueling the sales of hotels for Marriott and Hyatt. Right. They were the ones going to the Champs-Élysées or Fifth Avenue to buy Louis Vuitton handbags. And that hasn't happened.
Right.
And part of the reason, Cyrus, is China is normal, but it's not normal.
Right.
Only about 36% of Chinese who had passports before have passports now that can be used to go abroad. Okay. A lot of them expired over the last 3 years, and they just haven't had the chance to get it renewed.
Okay.
The number of flights is way down. Where only 20 Chinese airline flights a week are allowed to fly to the United States, and only 20 American airline flights a week are allowed to fly to China. That's down from 200 each.
That's right.
In 2019. So it's really expensive. Like tomorrow, I'm going to the United States for the first time since 2019. I'm flying economy, $2,500 US per ticket.
Right.
That's what I normally pay about when I fly business class to the US.
Right.
So China's normal, but it's not.
Right.
And this is what's happening with the economy. If you look at it, there's several reasons why consumer confidence is down in China right now and why spending just hasn't happened. The first is in 2022, Chinese faced salary cuts, unpaid furloughs. There was weak Chinese bonuses. So a lot of investment banks like JP Morgan kept criticizing me. They kept saying, but Sean, there's $2 trillion of household savings in China that people didn't spend during COVID because they couldn't. Why aren't they going to spend? There's going to be revenge shopping in 2023.
Right.
I told JP Morgan I disagree.
Right.
Unfortunately, I was right. Yeah. You see retail sales have only gone up about 10.6% year on year from last month. These are terrible numbers.
Right.
Why? The Chinese don't feel like they have money. That's the first thing. Real estate is weak.
Right.
So they just feel like their overall net worths aren't there. So they're starting to save for a rainy day.
Right.
But an even bigger issue, Cyrus, is geopolitics. And this is what I've argued for years, that China's economy was weak over the last 3 years, not so much because of COVID. You saw exports still soared. China hasn't lost its manufacturing dominance.
Right.
What was weak was geopolitics. Chinese feel that the United States are trying to contain China's growth, destabilize the country, and perhaps overthrow the Communist Party of China.
Right.
So Chinese are saying, the next 5-10 years minimum are going to be a real rough time. As soon as we become a national leader in telecom like Huawei, the US is national security threat. As soon as China becomes strong in cotton, again, 20% of the world's cotton comes from Xinjiang, the United States all of a sudden claims forced labor and genocide.
Right.
When China gets strong at solar
fucking
panels,
true,
again, that
bro.
comes from Xinjiang, the United States says forced labor and genocide. So there's a feeling in China amongst the everyday population that the next 10, 20 years is going to be tough geopolitically. And that's making them save for a rainy day.
Right.
And that's why you've seen over the last 5 months, the surge reopening that Wall Street predicted just hasn't happened.
Right.
Unfortunately, I was right, Cyrus.
Yeah.
The economy is much weaker than people think. I've been one of the biggest bears for the last year because of the geopolitics and the weak consumer confidence.
Yeah, I think that was a very amazing insight there, Sean. And I think that's something that we, being back in America, we always hear this revenge shopping, right? They always thought that, hey, once this opens up, the Chinese are going to be traveling everywhere. Everyone's going to be spending lots of money. We know the Chinese are incredible savers. Typically, just culturally speaking, they already save a lot of money. But yeah, I think you're right. I think that the Chinese, that's exactly what I've seen, is that it's just not as busy as before. It's just a little, you can kind of feel it in the air. It's just not the same China of when I was last year, 2018 and 2019, and everything was kind of on the upslope.
When Chinese go out and shop now, because they are buying Louis Vuitton and Chanel, so people thought that was heralding in that revenge spending.
Right.
But people, when they buy these things, they're buying it not out of confidence. They're shopping out of anxiety.
Right.
They're shopping because they feel depressed. So they're buying a Louis Vuitton handbag to make themselves feel a little bit better.
Okay.
They're buying exercise classes and Lululemon apparel because they want to feel better and focus on health. They're not buying because they think they're going to make more money next year, which is what would have happened in 2018, 2019.
Right.
People would buy an LV handbag to show that they had reached a certain level of success.
Right.
Now it's about depression. The next problem that I think people missed, right? You just came back, it's June.
Yeah.
Right? The border's been open for 6 months.
Right.
I just gave a speech last week to a group of Australian hedge funds. They just came back. You saw the CEOs of Starbucks, Tesla, Louis Vuitton, JP Morgan, all came back in May, June. It took them 5 months after borders reopened.
Right.
You're seeing the second tier companies where China's not a must win for them. They're going to come back in September, October.
Right.
So a lot of the international companies have been taking a wait and see attitude on whether or not they should come back to China. They also had a lot of visa issues. It has been an absolute nightmare for the people China needs to get back into China.
Right.
I don't understand what the visa policies are doing right now.
Right.
But the point of that meaning is that multinationals are saying in 2023, we're going to skip investing in China. They also make their annual plan for investment in November, December, and that's when we were still under lockdown here.
Right.
So what I think is going to happen is you only saw that FDI went up 2% in Q1 of this year over year. That's anemic because for part of Q1 last year, I was locked down in my house, unable to buy food.
Right.
So when you look at it, I think all these CEOs are going to start coming back by Q3.
Right.
Then they'll decide in November, December of this year whether to invest in China next year.
Yeah.
And that's also playing a major role on the weak consumer confidence because companies see they work for multinational, they're just not expanding operations in China right now.
Yeah, that's a good insight, and I want to highlight just what you said earlier as well with the flights, because they are operating at 10% capacity. So I think a lot of people, when they decided to reopen the border, a lot of people thought, wow, China's open again, like let's just everything back to normal. But I mean, even we saw a lot of bearish views even from the airlines not opening up, saying, okay, let's wait a little bit, we're going to slowly open this up. But you're right, I mean, it's hard to get here, it's hard to get to China now. It's not as easy as it was, 4 years ago when you had hundreds of flights every day, going to China. There's just a handful of now, and that's raised the cost. And I think everybody, it's gotten a lot longer. So I mean, hopefully we can see this turn around. But I want to go to geopolitics because I know you and I think we have a very similar view in the sense that we're both from America. We both love our home country, but we also both love China, and we want to see a world where the United States and China are working together. Sean, do you think that's possible right now?
Unfortunately, I don't see it being possible for the next 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
Now, Cyrus, you and I want to be bridge builders.
Right.
To me, I want to see America succeed economically.
Right.
A strong, stable America is good for America and it's good for the world.
Right.
But I also believe that a strong, stable China is good for China and it's good for the world. It's even better when the two countries cooperate.
Right.
The problem is, I don't think that the American government, whether you're Republicans or Democrats, are willing to allow China to continue to rise economically.
Right.
I think no matter what China does, whether China's Wang Yi or Qin Gang, the foreign secretary, meet with Blinken or not, the United States is going to criticize.
Right.
If China, if they have the Secretary of Defense meet with the Chinese Minister of Defense, it doesn't matter.
Right.
The United.
But that wouldn't that mean that it's not a good thing for America? They keep doing this bullshit. We're the one that's gonna suffer because of our dumbass leaders. and China's just gonna go up, which I'm completely fine with.
States is always
By the
going to
way.
criticize China at some point.
Right.
And so I think the Chinese government at this stage is saying, you know what, we should just ignore the United States. Who really cares? Let's just focus on building up relations with the global south.
Right.
And that's why you see as soon as Xi took his third term as chairman,
Right.
the first foreign leader he met was from Vietnam.
Right.
Now, Vietnam and China have always historically had tension, but he actually gave a friendship medal to the president of Vietnam. That was really big news.
Right.
He met with the presidents of Pakistan. You know, Xi in December went to the GCC and helped broker a deal between Saudi Arabia and Iran.
Right.
In April, President Lula from Brazil visited China and said, you know what, maybe we should have a BRICS dollar.
Right.
You know, we're definitely seeing over the next 10, 20 years de-dollarization,
Right.
and I expect the RMB to become a reserve currency. So unfortunately, I don't think it's possible for US-China relations to get back on track anytime soon, unless, as crazy as it sounds, and I'm not a supporter of Trump,
Right.
but Trump might be the only politician who could become president and say, I won the trade war with China, let's get back to business.
Right.
I think he might be the only one who could do that. Now, I'm not saying I would support Trump,
Right, right.
but I think he's the only one who could go against the traditional warmongering ways of DC right now and
Right.
try to put things back on track. Because Biden had a chance to reset relations with China. He had a chance to say, you know what, the Trump era was an anomaly.
Right.
Now let's go back to, you know, mutual respect, even if we have differences over values.
Right.
But I think Biden is treating China even worse than Trump did.
I agree, and I think that's been very surprising for us to see, because I
Oh,
think
no,
when, you know, I remember when we were doing the 2020 election, even the message from China, you know, China's foreign ministry had said, you know, whoever wins this election, whether it's Biden or Trump, we hope that, you know, we can look at a new page in U.S.-China relations, and we will welcome the democratic result of America and embrace whoever that is. And I think when Biden came in, I remember making a vlog saying, I think this is going to be good for the, you know, for the future, and that was completely wrong. I mean, you know, Biden in many ways has gotten much worse on China, and
Much worse.
and the relationship has turned even more negative.
Part of Biden's problem is he actually appointed people like Eli Ratner, Kurt Campbell, who were the biggest hawks
Right.
and anti-China folks in the Obama administration.
Right.
And he appointed them to prominent positions in the Biden regime.
Right.
And so these people feel that they're on almost a religious, ideological struggle against China and communism right now. It's
Right.
very dangerous,
Right.
because I think this sort of American exceptionalism,
Right.
this belief, religious-like belief in democracy,
Right.
is forcing the United States to denigrate China and
Right.
conditioning the American population to hate China. You can see the Pew Center, you know, have shown a lot of surveys where it's something like 70-80% of Americans now have a negative view of China.
That's right.
And that's really coming straight from DC and our American media,
Right.
people who don't really understand China, even at the top publications. You have people like Gady Epstein,
Right.
who is the bureau chief for The Economist in China. He doesn't speak Chinese.
Right.
You see Katie O'Keefe, who works for the Wall Street Journal. Her whole career has been covering US-China relations. She doesn't speak Chinese. She's never lived in China.
Right.
It's shocking the number of journalists at New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Economist, who focus on China as their career, who've never lived here and don't speak the language.
Right.
And so they're creating a skewed view of what China is. Now, that doesn't mean everything is perfect in China.
For sure.
There's definitely areas that I think people should criticize.
Right.
You know, I was very critical of the implementation of zero COVID last year.
That's right.
Very, very critical.
Right.
Zero COVID itself was okay,
Right.
but implementation at the local level was an absolute disaster.
Right.
And I think we're still seeing the ramifications on that on the economy
Right.
and on consumer confidence.
Yeah, yeah.
But the key, I think, Cyrus, is we need to have balanced, objective views of U.S.-China relations and China, and that show the good and the bad, and that's why I like this show.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Sean, I really wanted to come here today to get these insights, and again, you know, like I said at the beginning, no filter. I want you to just speak the truth, because it's important. I mean, this is really the main goal of me coming back to China right now in 2023 was to meet people like you, see these stories on the ground, and really understand what's going on. I want to shift.
So then let me say that then,
Yeah.
to be very clear. I support Chairman Xi and I support the CPC.
Yeah.
I think in this day and age, it has to be very clear.
Yeah.
You know, and I do want to be clear. I don't agree with all their policies.
Yeah.
I do agree with many of
Yeah, you
them,
better
so
say
I generally do support.
Right.
But I think in this day and age, it's important that any of my criticisms are taken as trying to improve the party.
That's right.
Not to tear it down.
Right.
I think it is a very sensitive time, and sometimes I think a great superpower like China needs to get better at accepting criticism.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that. Sean, would you say that, what about for local Chinese? Do you think that they have they started to lose confidence in the party, in Xi Jinping? Do you feel that the Chinese are still, what do you think?
So I think there's a difference.
Yeah.
Okay, when you go to the tier 1 cities,
Yeah.
And you go to the wealthier areas, their support of certain leaders are not as strong as
Right.
it would have before.
Right.
And that's because they've been hit by things like common prosperity.
Right.
They've been hit by the tech crackdown. And so we're definitely seeing a shift towards socialism.
Right.
like we had earlier.
Right.
And so there's less avenues to make a lot of money. And that's getting a lot of the wealthier people and people in tier 1 cities upset.
Right.
And that's why you see a lot of capital outflows. You see a lot of wealthy Chinese trying to immigrate to Australia, to Singapore.
Right.
They are trying to move out.
Right.
But when you talk to people in 3rd, 4th, 5th tier cities, and I've traveled to almost half of the provinces in the last 3 years. I was in Xinjiang 3 times. I went again after we did our last interview. I spent a couple weeks there.
Okay.
I've been to Tibet. I've been to Hunan many, many times. Jiangxi, all over the country. When you go to 3rd, 4th, 5th tier cities, the support of Xi and the support of the party is as high, if not higher, than any time before.
Right.
Because he is making good implementation of policies that get better access to healthcare, better access to education, and the infrastructure spend.
Right.
So I think you're seeing, less happiness amongst a certain tier of consumer for sure, but a lot of happiness from 3rd, 4th, 5th tier consumers. And I think that's a differentiation that you're not reading in the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal.
Right.
Because they're interviewing tech bros.
That's right.
They're interviewing people from Shanghai who suffered during the lockdown, and we suffered.
Yeah.
But that's not representative of the whole country.
That's right.
So it's important to do both. But I think that's a
That's
good question, and maybe I sidestepped the answer a little bit, but it's a very sensitive time.
I think you answered it really well, because I think that's exactly the sentiment that I felt. And I think that's one thing that maybe a lot of people in the West don't really understand, is just how diverse China is, and just how, it's hard. It's a country of 1.4 billion people, and there is, you can't just go to the cities of Shanghai and Beijing to get a feel of China. It takes that travel to all of these provinces, but going to the 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th tier cities to really have a view of that. And I would agree with that. I've been traveling to 3rd and 4th tier cities, and again, just to see the economic progress that those cities have had. If you're a 5th tier city, 20 years ago, you maybe only had one road. Now you have hospitals, multiple roads, better schools. There has been a very big improvement in life. And I think that's something that Western media often doesn't capture at all.
I'll give an example. So after we spoke, I took my son and we went to Xinjiang for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
So we spent a week doing aid work.
Yeah.
So we lived in a school in Xinjiang.
Nice.
We donated money, we donated time. We lived at the school with the locals.
Nice.
And then we also traveled around and went to Kashgar. We had to cut our trip early because COVID was coming.
Right.
And it was very difficult for foreigners to get the green health code. We couldn't get the test results.
Right.
But when I was in Kashgar, I interviewed this Uyghur family, and they had several kids. And the mother said, you know what? Life is great. Because the oldest kid got who was I think 16, got a full scholarship to travel to another province. I think it was in Jiangsu.
Okay.
And was able to study there for free for 4 years, his high school education.
Right.
Get educated in Mandarin, get educated from a top tier school in a top city, and have his huge opportunities open.
Right.
And so this Uyghur family in Kashgar told me that life is so much better now than it was 5-10 years ago.
Right.
And it's all because of the party and the policies at enabling education. You could almost consider them akin to affirmative action in the United States, but I think it goes even farther.
Right.
It's even more powerful and really empowers the local Uyghur families. Now, I asked his younger brothers, are you going to do the same program? And they all said they hope to, because they've seen the benefits for their elder brother. And they just hope that they'll be able to, but they're not sure because their grades have to be at a certain level.
Right.
You might call this in Western media, this is cultural genocide.
Right.
Or they might even call this genocide. I view this, and the Uyghur, and I interviewed Uyghur family, Kazakhstan families, family after family viewed this as a net positive for their families. And these were people that I just was walking on the street and ran into and interviewed.
Fantastic. Well, Sean, I think you've had some amazing insights here. I want to finish up with one final question. And right now in 2023, what do you want the world to know about China right now?
I'll put it this way. I think China is still very welcoming to foreigners.
100%.
So when I gave that speech to these Australian investors, they told me they were scared to come into China. They thought because of the political tension between Australia and China that they would be treated poorly by everyday Chinese. They said they were so welcomed, people were friendly to them, and they were shocked. And I think that's what the reality is everyday Chinese and even the Chinese government is rolling open the red carpet to get foreign tourists, foreign businessmen, FDI back into China. China has normalized. It's still a great opportunity. Over the next 5 years, China is still going to be a major growth engine for even the largest companies. Come back, take a visit. Don't be scared. What you read in the Western press, what you hear from government officials like Tom Cotton or Josh Hawley is just jaded BS.
It's
Get the truth, come here,
to work
see what China's like on your own.
Absolutely. Well, that's been really the main focus of my trip back here. And Sean, this has been so nice to finally sit down and meet you in person here in Shanghai. So I really want to thank you for your time, but also your insights, because again, you're somebody that I really look to and that I trust for valuable information. You and your company are doing an amazing job, again, on the ground since 1997. Obviously speak the language here, and that's really puts you in a very good category to give us some objective truth on the situation. So Sean, thank you so much.
Thank you, Cyrus.
Absolutely.
I want to thank Sean for his time and meeting with me on on my recent trip back to China. We covered a lot in just 20 minutes, but his insights are extremely valuable to anyone wanting to understand the real China in 2023. If you're interested in learning more about Sean's travels through Xinjiang and Tibet, please click here to watch our previous video where Sean shares the truth of what Xinjiang is really like. Everyone, my name is Cyrus. Thank you for spending time with me. I mean, we're going to talk about Xinjiang, Tibet.
Ahí vas. Stop playing. Dumbass fucking, oh no. How do I? Where are my clips? Oh shit, I gotta take that one away. Videos? Hold on a second, pause that. Boom. Let me see the quality. It's probably gonna be shitty.
When we were doing the 2020 election, even the message from China, China's foreign ministry had said, whoever wins this election, whether it's Biden or Trump, we hope that, we can look at a new page in U.S.-China relations and we will welcome the democratic result of America and embrace whoever that is. And I think when we were doing the 2020...
Oh no. Did I just fuck up? I think I fucked up.
1, putting conservatives in control of 4 districts. And what's so insidious about all of this is that when a few deranged right-wing parents attack schools for anti-American teaching or cry critical race theory at any whiff of discussions of race or racism, 1, putting conservatives in control of 4 districts. And what's so insidious about all of this is that when a few deranged right-wing parents attack schools for anti-American teaching or cry critical race theory at tons of money to local school, any of those the pads that hide this there's above as a political and north arm of this Patriot Mobile, his name is right for schools, and the 17 fathers in history response to how we take point. DeSantis also held $1,000 to the point those complaints go in place. Their students with highly concerning points are and push schools and public schools to help students to help them Wisconsin-ized institutions and really increase dollars to subsidize the system quality of education, then further erode schools. So subsidize charters the established.
You know what I did? Let's go back to this one.
When we were doing the 2020 election, even the message from
right now is very dangerous because I think this sort of American exceptionalism, this belief, religious-like belief in democracy, is forcing the United States to denigrate China and conditioning the American population to hate China. You can see the Pew Center, have shown a lot of surveys where it's something like 70–80% of Americans now have a negative view of China.
That's right.
And that's really, you have people like Gadi Epstein, her whole crew of journalists at New York Times. So they're creating a journal that their Biden's problem is the action.
And he's gotten much worse on China and blog sanctions and our ministry had said, I remember
is treating China even worse than Trump did.
I agree, and I think that's been very surprising for us to see because I think when I remember when we were doing the 2020 election, even the been very surprising.
Differences over values. But I think Biden is treating China even worse than Trump did.
I agree, and I think that's been very surprising for us to see because I think when I remember when we were doing the 2020 election, even the message from China, China's foreign ministry had said, whoever wins this election, whether it's Biden or Trump, we hope that we can look at a new page in U.S.-China relations and we will welcome the democratic result of America and embrace whoever that is. And I think when Biden came in, I remember making a vlog saying I think this is going to be good for the for the future, and that was completely wrong. I mean, Biden in many ways has has gotten much worse on China, and
Much worse.
and the relationship has turned even more negative.
Part of Biden's problem is he actually appointed people like Eli Ratner, Kurt Campbell, who were the biggest hawks
Right.
and anti-China folks in the Obama administration.
Right.
And he appointed them to prominent positions in the Biden regime.
Right.
Deportation of
It's kind of crazy to think that even after independence, there was just still so much war to come, and it's still happening.
immigrants deemed dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States or who were enemies of the nation, and limiting freedom of speech and criticism. The sentiment didn't last long, though. The Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798 were passed in the face of looming war with France, an effort to increase residency requirements to acquire national citizenship, allowing deportation of
It's kind of crazy to think that even after independence, there was just still so much war to come. And
pervasive nativist messaging that promoted nationalism, eugenics, and xenophobia. Statistician Francis A. Walker of MIT, who oversaw the 1870 and 1890 censuses, argued in favor of restricting immigration because immigration depressed the fertility of the native white population, and favors of the perversely used exemptions for of immigrants. Emergency Quota Act of 1921, which established for the first time caps or quotas on the number of immigrants from quote flu tests to Western Europe were innately superior to those from.
I guess I could show this. I don't know why.
Southern and Eastern Europe, ignoring the numerous Northern and Western Europe were innate to American society, cherry-picking data to propose that immigrants from Northern and Western Europe were innately superior to those from Southern and Eastern Europe, ignoring the numerous Northern and Western Europeans who were criminals and depended on the welfare system. They administered so-called intelligence tests to prove the intellectual inferiority of black people in their tests and new immigrants, intentionally including an overrepresentation of mentally handicapped people in their tests. This lists on the number of immigrants from each region, favoring West with the bipartisan xenophobia census population theory book called Forefathers. Economist Roy L. Garris reasoned in Europe the Smith restrictions years ago currently give to people, even though in the early 1900s the federal government classified Mexicans as white. The racial classifications we currently give to people is entirely an invention of the last few decades. Biological, social, and economic advantages to be secured from the restriction of immigration. Even though in the early 1900s the federal government classified Mexicans as white. The racial classifications we currently give to people is entirely an invention of the last few decades. Biological, social, and economic advantages to be secured from the restriction of immigration. Even though in the early 1900s the federal government classified Mexicans as white. The racial classification, biological, social, and economic advantages to be
Which one was it?
And it doesn't matter.
She's like, kiss my baby. What's happening?
And it doesn't matter.
She's like, kiss my baby. Kiss my baby, please.
Because when you appeal to emotions, especially strong ones like fear and a sense of home and belonging, you can get people to do, and it doesn't matter.
She's like, kiss my baby. Kiss my baby, please.
Because when you appeal to emotions, especially strong ones like
Clip 4 and actual, this one. Delete forever. Clip. I already watched this one.
Quote, all these countries
Oh.
here.
These aren't people. These are animals. They're bringing drugs.
What the
fuck? They're rapists. And some, I assume, are good people.
We're going to have our borders nice and strong. We're going to...
Quote, all these countries here.
It's like that. That was 3. Oh shit. Shite. This one was chalked. First clip was chalked. Clip 2.
Pervasive nativist messaging that promoted nationalism, eugenics, and xenophobia. Statistician Francis A. Walker of MIT, who
So, fuck, which one was that? I think this is the
quote,
Trump one.
all these
Yep.
countries.
That was hilarious. 4. I think this
and
is...
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is hilarious. And then...
Biological, social, and economic advantages to be secured from the restriction of immigration. Even though in the early 1900s, the federal government classified Mexicans as white. The racial classification...
When I go to my clips, is this a playlist? And is it... And is it public? I guess it doesn't matter, right? Alright. What's next? Oh my gosh, this... I need this to always play, bro. I don't know why I keep stopping. I'll look for a better one. Fishy. No way, you stopped again. What? Why does it stop? Where the fuck was I? I think we're good here. Wait, I should probably, I don't know. Can watch that tomorrow. Where's what do I have here? Ooh. Lucifer Rising. Heavy metal. Let's watch it. Let's fucking watch it.
Lucifer, Satan, Beelzebub, Diablos. Names we now commonly use to refer to the devil by. An entity said to be a fallen angel sent to rule the underworld of the fiery pits of hell with an army of demons. Cast out of heaven for refusing to bow down to Yahweh, the Hebrew name for God.
Fuck you, Yahweh.
For centuries, this being has been accused of tempting mankind into committing heinous acts of evil, temptation, and lust, all of which directly oppose the Heavenly Father. According to religious text, Lucifer has been influencing mankind since the dawn of civilization, and many different groups have been accused of devil worship dating all the way back to the Knights Templar in the 12th.
Can I click? I can't clip right on here. Hold on, let me...
century. However, it's important to note that these
gosh,
accusations were founded more on the basis of certain 12th century. However, it's important to note that these accusations were founded more on the basis. According to many different groups have been accused of devil worship dating all the way back to the Knights Templar in the 12th century. However, it's important to note that these accusations were founded more on the basis of certain groups being evil simply by opposing the Christian church. And as we all know, evil is simply synonymous with the devil. So whilst these groups may have not been actively worshipping Lucifer, they were certainly accused of being evil, with Satan being responsible. Worshipping Lucifer, they were certainly accused of being evil, with Satan being responsible. There is, however, now a modern-day practice that takes place called Satanism. The Church of Satan is a religious organization formed on April the 30th, 1966 by Anton LaVey. LaVey came to be known as an author, musician, and Satanist. And whilst it may sound as if this devoted party worships the devil, they in fact do not believe that an actual devil exists. Rather, they follow the principles and philosophies set out within the Satanic Bible, which we'll delve into more later. Satanism, though, is a very broad term and has many different meanings to many different people. It's commonly recognized as a practice that does indeed involve devil worship, summoning demons and using pentagrams alongside ritual sacrifice to appease the evil gods. And over the years, many rock and metal artists have used this to their advantage in order to shock, scare, and cleverly market their music. This also includes a fascination with witchcraft and the occult, which are often associated in turn with Satanism. The devil himself has risen amongst the ranks of popular culture in many forms, from Tom and Jerry to The Simpsons and South Park to Tenacious D. And even having an entire TV series created around the folklore itself, set with a modern day twist. The devil has become part of popular culture, so naturally it would have been surprising if Satanism didn't appear in music to some degree. Naturally, it would have been surprising if Satanism didn't appear in music to some degree. So, where exactly did Satanism get its start within the world of music? And more importantly, how and why did it become so popular, specifically in the domain of heavy metal? Did it all start with Black Sabbath and the Devil's Tritone, or did Diablos find his way into the hands of the musician far before this era? This is Lucifer Rising, the story of Satanism in heavy metal.
Okay, that's just my stomach.
Birmingham, England, 1968. Black Sabbath form and 2 years later released their debut record. Many consider Black Sabbath to be the first heavy metal band, somewhat of an occult group by many of their fans. However, despite his reputation, this came as a shock to singer Ozzy Osbourne. I couldn't believe it when I learned that people actually practiced the occult. These freaks with white makeup and black robes would come to us after our gigs and invite us to a black mass at Highgate Cemetery in London. A black mass is often associated with various satanic groups and also appeared in early Catholicism, dating back to apostolic times in the 1st century. So it would appear that some of the patrons of Black Sabbath's shows were actually Satanist. But why were they drawn to Sabbath in the first place? A group of Satanists even invited Black Sabbath to play a show at the coveted Stonehenge, to which the group refused. The very name Black Sabbath can easily denote links with the occult, or at least an attempt to oppose traditional religion. The word Sabbath is by definition a day of religious observance. It's a day dedicated to practicing faith and worshipping whatever god you believe in. You also have the Witches' Sabbath, said to be a day for witches to gather in order to practice witchcraft and other rituals. So based on the name alone, this could have given Satanists the idea that Black Sabbath were indeed practicing some sort of witchcraft or Satanism. The band, though, say the name is far more innocent, taken from the Mario Bava 1965 film called Black Sabbath, where a Russian count encounters a family trying to destroy a line of vampires, which back then would still seem like a very dark and supernatural concept.
Black Sabbath.
So combine this with the actual music of Black Sabbath, and it's easy to see why at the time the group attracted people that practiced the occult and Satanism. Bass player Geezer Butler also says that around this period he was actually reading books related to black and white magic, as it was becoming popular at the end of the hippie free love era that took hold in the 60s. It seemed people were already looking for something darker to appreciate, and we also can't skip over the fact that some of the first Black Sabbath songs talked about Satan, wizards, demons, magic, and fire. So really, Ozzy shouldn't have been that shocked about Satanists turning up to Sabbath shows. For Black Sabbath, it seems they were labeled as a group of Satanists that practice witchcraft simply because they wrote lyrics about these topics, purely due to their own personal curiosity. But nevertheless, they still inadvertently linked heavy metal with Satanism from the very beginning, whether they meant to or not. This did work in their favor though, as Ozzy Osbourne recalls. The good thing about the satanic stuff was that it gave us endless free publicity. People couldn't get enough of it. However, they certainly were not the first group to be accused of being associated with the devil himself.
Rhythm and blues, Chuck Berry.
In the early 50s, a new wave of music was starting to sweep across America. That music was rock and roll, a genre that held roots within blues, gospel, and even country music, all of which were heavily influenced by religion to an extent. Gospel itself was and still is solely a Christian brand of music, so when rock and roll came along in the early 50s, it was quickly labeled as the devil's music by many Christian groups. Rock and roll attracted a new generation, a generation that seemed to have a much more laid-back attitude when it came to traditional values. This was a new form of teen culture that focused on having fun, looking stylish, riding motorcycles, and cool-looking cars. Older generations, though, viewed this as a form of juvenile delinquency and social rebellion, whilst Christians saw songs like I Got a Woman by Elvis Presley as overly sexual in nature, despite the lyrics being very tame at best by today's standards. So the idea of certain types of music being associated with a darker force was instilled into the minds of many modern music lovers long before heavy metal arrived. The only difference is rock and roll was simply about having fun and a little bit of rebellion, whereas metal was all about outright.
This girl just bust.
Was simply about having fun and a little bit of rebellion, whereas the only difference is rock and roll.
She keeps going to it. She's like, I'm good, bro.
Fun and a little bit of rebellion, whereas metal was all about outright shock factor and refusing to abide by modern standards. It's fair to say that Black Sabbath were the first band to actually be accused of worshipping Satan, although unintentional. Many bands that followed would purposefully utilize this concept in order to oppose modern cultures of the time. There was one band before them, though, that was seen as potential devil worshippers. The Rolling Stones, formed in 1962, released their single Sympathy for the Devil in 1968, 2 years prior to Black Sabbath's debut record. The inspiration for the song was to view the devil from his own perspective, and interestingly, it drew attention from devil worshippers. Despite the fact the Rolling Stones certainly didn't look like they were into the occult, they had no symbolism to suggest such an interest, and were seen as more of a pop band than a rock band in many regards by many people. Even as far back as 1959, a gospel bluesgrass duo called the Lovin' Brothers released a record called Satan Is Real. Now, it clearly wasn't a record promoting any sort of devotion to the devil, but nonetheless, the devil had already found his way into modern music long before heavy metal.
So you're telling me the devil's not real?
We could even travel back as far as the 18th century to a piece known as the Devil's Trill Sonata by Giuseppe Tartini, published in 1799, for an example of Satan in music long before metal. And no doubt there are many Devil's Trill Sonata by Giuseppe Tartini, published in 1799, for an example of Satan in music long before metal. And no doubt there are many songs prior to the concern, though, that Lucifer had found his name being whispered amongst the chords. As far as we're concerned, though, the devil began to appear more frequently during the 60s, 70s, and 80s, predominantly in modern rock and metal music. From the 60s onwards, we had songs such as Devil Is Watching You by Lightning Hopkins, Friend of the Devil by the Grateful Dead in 1970, Runnin' with the Devil by Van Halen in 78, and Devil's Child by Judas Priest, released in 1982, to name but a few. And of course, arguably two albums that really spearheaded the link between metal and devil worship, Iron Maiden's Number of the Beast, released in 1982, and Motley Crue's Shout at the Devil, that hit the shelves in 1983, a year after. One record that precedes both of these, though, that definitely needs a mention is the record Witchcraft by a Chicago-based rock band called Coven. Coven released their debut record Witchcraft in 1969, and it's said to be the first record that marked the appearance of upside-down crosses, the devil horn hand gesture, and the phrase "Hail Satan" within its album artwork. But it seems this album was lost to
Guys are out of
ether
control.
and didn't get much attention.
9/11 would
The
definitely
title
party
track
with
of
them.
this LP was even called Black Sabbath, with other songs such as Satanic Mass, Pact with Lucifer, and Dignitaries of Hell. So while the songs such as Satanic Mass, Pact with Lucifer, and Dignitaries of Hell. So whilst the 60s and 70s offered a glimpse of Satan to come, it would be metal in the 80s that would really set the world on fire.
Wait, why am I not speeding this bitch up?
1981, English extreme metal band Venom released their debut record, Welcome to Hell. And if the title alone wasn't enough to incite fears of devil worship, the album cover itself featured the use of an inverted pentagram and what appears to be a depiction of the Sabbatic goat, also known as Baphomet.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
Venom formed in 1978 and are considered to be a prominent influence of thrash music and extreme metal in general, that some say led to the black metal movements across the UK and Scandinavia. Welcome to Hell also appears to be the first known record, within metal at least, to directly use the symbol of the pentagram on its front cover, displaying it so confidently. The pentagram has played an important role in linking metal music with Satanism over the years, and for good reason. The traditional pentagram, with its main point facing north, has made appearances throughout history with a variety of meanings. Early pentagrams have been discovered on Sumerian pottery dating back to 3500 BC, where they're thought to symbolize ancient gods of love and war. Pentagrams were also known to the ancient Greeks, dating back to the 7th century, where it represented mutual recognition of well-being and to recognize good deeds and charity. Christians also commonly use the pentagram to represent the 5 wounds of Jesus as he hung from the cross, not to mention its appearance throughout the ages of Wiccans and paganism. The pentagram in general was always used to represent good as opposed to evil, so the very fact it was shown as being inverted, along with the phrase "Welcome to Hell," was a clear indication that Venom were opposing traditional religion and the acceptance of God. The Sabbatic goat, or Baphomet, only added fuel to the fire. Baphomet has become known as a deity that is strictly worshipped by the occult, so what more evidence would a good, law-abiding Christian need than to deem this record as satanic? And with songs titled Sons of Satan, Live Like an Angel, Die Like a Devil, and In League with Satan, it's safe to say this is probably the first metal band that purposefully wanted people to think they were actual devil worshippers.
Fucking white people.
Welcome to Hell is most definitely one of the earliest examples of devil worship or Satanism being used as a shock factor in metal music. However, this record didn't exactly top charts around the globe. There was another catalyst that helped to thrust Satanism in metal into the heart of Middle America. On November the 1st, 1980, a Canadian psychiatrist, Lawrence Pazder, published a book called Michelle Remembers. The book outlines therapy sessions carried out on a woman named Michelle Smith. The book details how, under hypnosis, Michelle regressed back to a 5-year-old version of herself, and over the course of 600 total hours of therapy, recounted how she was a victim of satanic ritual abuse at the hands of her mother and several other members of a satanic cult during the mid-50s.
Those are definitely Catholic
Pazder
priests.
states that some of these recovered memories involved a worldwide secret satanic organization where one ritual even summoned Satan himself, but then
boy
Jesus
himself?
somehow intervened to save his patient. Not surprisingly, the book has long since been discredited. However, this spurred an alarming wave of satanic ritual abuse cases being reported to authorities in what became known as Satanic Panic. The Satanic Panic was a nationwide phenomenon where throughout the 80s, over 12,000 unsubstantiated cases of satanic ritual abuse were reported to authorities as a result of the book Michelle Remembers being published. At the height of the panic, it was alleged that a global satanic cult that includes the wealthy and elite, in which children are abducted, were behind this evil conspiracy. This strange wave of alleged satanic ritual abuse cases brought together many different peoples of the United States to tackle the issue, and soon a small group of concerned housewives would turn their attention to rock and metal music. In 1983, 4 wives with strong political connections to the government in Washington, D.C. formed a committee called the PMRC. Tipper Gore, wife of former Vice President Al Gore, was a co-founder. The Parents Music Resource Center decided to draw up a list of songs that they deemed to be harmful towards the youth of America. Amongst the offending artists were Judas Priest, Black Sabbath, Motley Crue, and Venom, amongst others. While some of this music was simply accused of promoting violence, drug use, or sex, 2 songs were directly identified as having links with the occult: Possessed by Venom and Into the Coven by Merciful Fate. This subsequently put every metal band in the firing line of religious organizations and parents across America. When you see Slayer and Venom emerge in the 80s using an inverted pentagram as their logo or album artwork, it's easy to understand why thrash was seen as an initial catalyst for Satanism in heavy metal. But it quickly became far more widespread. Then you have a band like Motley Crue come along, not only using pentagrams and occult symbolism in their general imagery, but they also had a fan club called the Sin Club. Now, of course, Motley Crue wasn't a thrash band. However, they were one of the earliest heavy metal bands that were purposefully using Satanism to their advantage from a marketing point of view, and their record Shout at the Devil reached number 17 in the US Billboard charts, essentially making them somewhat of a household name across America. In response to comments about the album from the PMRC, Motley Crue claimed that it was an anti-satanic album. "We were telling these religious fanatics, read this, shout at the devil, not shout with the devil." And singer Vince Neil even claimed the pentagram on the album cover was actually a form of protection from evil. However, this fell on deaf ears when it came to the PMRC and parents across America, as the imagery these bands were using was far louder than the music. If we actually look back at the general history of Satanism in heavy metal music, we can see that for the most part, it was merely the imagination of the average person that subjectively imposed the concept of devil worship into various metal genres. The first heavy metal band, Black Sabbath, were even shocked when Satanists, witches, and practitioners of the occult started attending their shows. They certainly were not sacrificing people on stage marked with inverted pentagrams to appease Lucifer. Black Sabbath were, however, a catalyst of change for an entire generation when it came to teen culture. They were simply seen as a threat to modern society to the previous generation based on just their music. But this is a natural occurrence that happens with almost every generational shift, especially in the music industry. And whilst groups such as the PMRC try to label some artists as satanic or having links with the occult, their goal was simply to censor the lyrical content from the youth of America. To nothing more than the introduction of the parental guidance sticker on records. And if anything, the PMRC trials ended up being the most effective marketing campaign to promote heavy metal in the history of music. There is actually very little evidence that any bands from this era were actively worshipping Satan or practicing the occult. The closest thing to an onstage sacrifice we ever saw was Ozzy Osbourne biting the head off of a bat, and he only did that because he thought it was fake.
Absolute goat.
Although we do still see a continuation of Satanism in metal music throughout the 90s and into the 2000s. Religious groups have targeted shock rocker Marilyn Manson pretty much from the start of his career, deeming him to be a Satanist, protesting his concerts, and even forcing him to cancel a tour in the late 90s in response to the release of his 1996 record, Antichrist Superstar.
Bruh.
Manson, though, like his predecessors, also confirmed he had no interest in worshipping the devil. Now, the history of Norwegian black metal and bands like Mayhem is something that could definitely be labeled as satanic. but that's a story for another day.
No, come on.
So the questions we really have to ask ourselves are, has the devil simply been nothing more than a figment of our imagination? Did we, the people, project
Yes.
Lucifer into heavy metal music from the start? Or is this exactly what Satan wanted us to believe all along? What Satan wanted us to believe all along.
Oh. I don't know. Oh no, copyright crap. This shit keeps dying. It's so annoying. Time is it? 5. What's this man doing?
Circling breaking news thing, because I feel like it lends credence to those who are not interested in the truth. Okay? It also minimizes the fucking conversation. It's stupid. I don't care.
A glimmer of hope for the region came in 1993. The historic Oslo Accords, signed between Israel's Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin and the Palestinian Liberation Organization's Yasser Arafat, giving
You know, who he was assassinated for.
Palestinians in parts of the West Bank and Gaza some self-government under the Palestinian Authority. But Hamas never recognized the deal, continuing to assail Israel.
That's crazy. Bro, they're literally... Okay. Excuse me. You're talking about Yasser Arafat while simultaneously saying Hamas never recognized the deal. The guy that you are showing, shaking motherfucking hands, is not Hamas. What the fuck? What is happening here? Like, what do you mean? Oh, Hamas never recognized the deal. Oh, really? That's crazy. I wonder why they didn't recognize the deal. The fuck were they doing? They were nothing. The fuck do you mean?
Israel with suicide bombers and other deadly attacks. By 1997, the United States designated the group a terrorist organization. Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005, but then, in a stunning development, Hamas won parliament.
It's pretty wild to look at this circumstance without mentioning consistent settler expansion, which is unjustifiable, immoral, and illegal. Okay? Making it seem like Hamas has had any control of the Palestinian population or any outsized influence in the actions of the Palestinian population, okay? While all of this was happening. Ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. They just jumped through, like, Prager, you brought up meant more deals, okay, in the process. Obviously, a lot gets lost, but you can't skip from the Oslo Accords in 97. You can't just like fucking, you can't just like greatly emphasize their influence when no such influence existed. The correct assessment here is talking about the endless expansionist policies and the endless shame, humiliation, subjugation that Palestinian people were subjected to non-fucking stop in this entire process that led them to go from a secular formation to one that voted in Hamas in Gaza, okay? And then never again did they ever have like a real fucking election. Okay? How did that happen? Yeah, skipped over an entire intifada. How did that happen? What happened in that process? Are you not even a little bit intellectually curious? It blows my mind that this is like the highest level of information you get. At least it comes with the soft recognition of the Nakba, okay? And then literally just like glances over a shit ton of issues, completely refuses to acknowledge the endless colonial actions, settler terrorism specifically. And then they're like, and Hamas won the parliamentary election, shockingly. Like, it's crazy.
Parliamentary elections in 2006, taking control violently the following year. In turn, Israel and Egypt imposed a blockade that partially sealed off the territory from the outside world. Today, with over 2 million residents, the Gaza Strip is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth.
Also just incorrect. Israel didn't engage in blocking off Gaza before. Israel had already engaged in blocking off Gaza. Israel literally blew up the fucking... When did they blow up the airport? Hassan, you need to chill? Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, it's like Israel literally never allowed the fucking airport to be rebuilt since 2001. The fuck are you talking about? The notion that you do not mention any of those things and that like Hamas somehow materialized out of thin air, even though they always had power, apparently, according to these fucking guys, and then continue on with Israel only shut off the Gaza Strip to the rest of the fucking world in 2007 is just wrong. Completely wrong. And the reason why they're bringing up 2/3 of the population under 25 years old is because they don't want to bring up the reality that the majority of the population is 14 and under. Okay? It's to soften the talking point that is all too prescient, important to understand with respect to future considerations. Like, it's to make it seem as though there's enough military-aged men to justify fucking bombing that area, when clearly the reality is that there is not.
Two-thirds of the population is under 25 years old, and 80% are living in poverty. With support from Iran.
You're an expert of distorting reality. Bravo. I really enjoy being a part of your community. Go ahead. What have I distorted? Let's hear it. What have I distorted? I know what he's gonna say. Every conversation devolves into someone who just doesn't believe Palestinians are fucking human beings and deserve to be ethnically cleansed, okay? So it's going to be yet another fucking idiotic way to basically say, oh, he just says, I can't compete with you. Got it. Well, you've been given an opportunity to illuminate, to shine a fucking light in front of 35,000 people who have been persuaded otherwise. Do your fucking job. Propagandize right now. I want to hear what you have to say.
Looks like we got ourselves a nice little chair here.
All you got at this point, while we're talking about the developments and how we got to the conditions, all you have in that situation is to say Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. If I describe to you that like Hamas doesn't exist in the West Bank, for example, and yet they've still been fucked over time and time again, and that the entire global community considers that to be an unjust act, and it is an unjust act, you have nothing to say to that, so you go back to Hamas, Hamas. Because the real reason why Hamas is so prescient, so important to talk about constantly, is because its existence, in the eyes of at least some of the most bloodthirsty Israelis, the most far-right Israelis, its existence is good enough reason to ethnically cleanse all of the Palestinian babies that live in Gaza and eventually forcibly expel every single Palestinian that lives in the West Bank.
What is this? What is this?
So go ahead. Give it to me. I know the hostage release happened. We'll talk about it.
Hamas began launching periodic rocket attacks into Israel. Israel responding in turn with airstrikes and even ground troops at times. Recent tensions fueled by an increasingly right-wing Israeli government, expansion of Jewish settlements on Palestinian land in the West Bank, deadly raids against militants in Palestinian towns, and in particular at the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. One child killed there.
These acts are not new. They are not recent. You have to mention that this has been happening for 75 fucking years, dog. And that is the whole point. That is the reason why slowly but surely, with the delicate maintenance of a fundamentalist group being propped up as the only fucking governing body that Israel is forced to reckon with, okay? When you do all of that, when you combine all of that, of course, inevitably people are like, well, we have nothing. Would you argue that up until the Six-Day War, there was relative parity between Palestinians and the Israelis? No. And regardless, no, of course not. But comparatively, it was better all the way up until the 90s. But there was no parity. There was never any parity. Just like Nelson Mandela said, you cannot negotiate with someone who you have chained. You cannot negotiate with the colonizing power that is supposedly offering you peaceful terms of surrender. Okay? You can't do that. How can you do that? How can there be any kind of fucking parity? Can't. There is no parity.
Many injured, and it sparked outrage. Al-Aqsa is one of the most holy sites in Islam, but also venerated in Judaism as the Temple Mount.
Venerated?
Last Saturday's bloody attack in Israel, named the Al-Aqsa Flood, bringing decades of conflict to a head, and what could prove to be a critical tipping point for an entire region.
Well, there have been protests across the Middle East and beyond, even there in the United States, about what's happened this last week. It's a country and a region that touches...
We came back. What did he say? The only negotiations that seem to matter are war and later on Indigenous Recognition Day. Yeah. You said Israeli extremists want to ethnically cleanse because of Hamas, but actually they want to despite or before Hamas. Otherwise, they wouldn't have actively sidelined all the other Palestinian views other than Hamas. Yeah. Sorry, I meant in contemporary Israeli society, they use Hamas as the main justification for ethnically cleansing Palestinians, specifically in the Gaza Strip, but also continue their apartheid regime in the West Bank. But of course, it totally predates Hamas. The settler expansion predates Hamas by many years, multiple decades. As a matter of fact, I would say that Hamas and its formation, or at least its rise to power, is a much shorter period in Palestinian history. Okay, I'm against anything that involves killing. That's all I can say. Let's say terrorism. I'm against terrorism. Okay, got it. Me too, man. Thanks. Okay, so I assume you are saying that, like, Israel's state-sponsored terrorism is completely and utterly unjustifiable, right? That's what you're saying. Got it. Okay. The point is, of course, the slow burn of ethnic displacement occurred over the course of a multiple decades long period of time, and it actually happened for a longer time than Hamas has existed, and certainly a much longer time than Hamas has had power, any kind of power, any semblance of power, because that is paired up with like the deliberate attempts at propping up Hamas by the Israeli state as the major power player. The reason for Hamas's existence is that kind of suppression. Violence begets violence. That's it. Could you further elaborate on Hamas not being in the West Bank? Hamas is the governing body with a also standing military, kind of, not really, in Gaza. It has nothing to do with the West Bank. The West Bank is controlled by the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority is supposed to be a collaborative project between Palestinian representatives and the Israeli government. There is no Hamas in the West Bank. There are just Palestinians in the West Bank. It is a secular organization.
So many and matter so much. George?
I have to say right at the start, that was an incredibly impressive summary of decades of conflict to make it so clear in such a short period of time. You know, there's been this stalemate between Israel and the Palestinians has been simmering for about 2 decades now. It feels like we're heading to a brand new world.
It definitely feels different this time. I mean, it's different for a number of reasons. Clearly, the heinous acts that happened last Saturday are unprecedented. Certainly in Israel, we've obviously seen similarly barbaric acts elsewhere. And I think for Israelis, it creates that sense that the response has to be different. That you can't just repeat, you know, I've been in Gaza when there have been wars in the past. You can't just do the same because you know, it doesn't eradicate the problem. Hamas is able to regroup. We know it has Iran as a sponsor. And
I have to eat. There's your boy. What can I watch? What can I watch? Oh, what can I watch?
There's no way out of this one. You're done.
This shit auto go. Where's like the end of Christianity? Why is this kitty? Where's like a long video that I could play while I bullshit? I don't want to put it on Hassan. Fuck it. Put it on this fucking guy.
who have formed relationships and bonds, and it makes the chances of any kind of lasting peace almost impossible to think of now. We're all talking about war. No one is any longer talking about peace.
And that might have been, sadly, part of the Hamas strategy as well. Ian, panel, thanks very much.
Five-minute
Now,
clip
for more on this, we're being joined by Professor Alan Burstyn.
of a scholar explaining why the attack and hostage situation is so unprecedented. What are we doing here? We got WION. Oh, what is this? Who name dropped me? What the fuck? What? Indian Fox News, let's go, although this report doesn't go as crazy. Are there any new outlets we could watch that aren't just Hamas bad? First of all, of course everyone is going to say Hamas bad. You're not going to find an outlet that says Hamas good. Unless you, I guess, go to, like, the Hamas website or something. But, here, let's watch this.
Gaza attack Israel. The attack killed more than 1,200 Israelis, many of them civilians. But Hamas said it was a response to decades of daily military invasions, killings, and violent occupation by Israel, not just in Gaza, but across the occupied West Bank and Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Palestinians say their daily suffering has been normalized, and they only get attention when they attack Israel. Settler violence against Palestinians has increased over the past year. The UN has reported 3 attacks per day in the occupied West Bank. And in Gaza, more than 2 million Palestinians live in a state of permanent siege under a 24-hour Israeli blockade in what human rights organizations call the world's largest open-air prison. Here's what life is like in the blockaded Gaza Strip. You're imprisoned in one of the world's most densely populated areas under a land, air, and sea blockade, which means that nothing or no one can leave or enter unless Israel allows it. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told residents of Gaza to leave now before they bombard the Strip. But Palestinians in Gaza cannot seek safety because Israel keeps them trapped in the territory. The restriction of movement of people and goods is one way in which Israel collectively punishes Palestinians in Gaza. And most of the population in Gaza are actually refugees. 2/3 of Palestinians were forced out or are descendants of those who were forced out of their homes by Israel's forced expulsion since 1948. Life under blockade also means that Palestinians in need of urgent medical assistance are unable to access medical care, because Israel restricts the medical equipment and medication that can enter Gaza. Gaza's health system remains on the brink of collapse. At least 2 children a day were denied permits to go from Gaza to the occupied West Bank to access healthcare in the first 6 months of 2023. In the months leading up to elections, Israeli politicians have repeatedly attacked Gaza to gain votes. Israel also tests out military equipment on Palestinians in Gaza. Israel also restricts Palestinians' access to water and electricity, not just in Gaza, but across the West Bank too. Layla Warah, a journalist in Palestine, talks about how Israeli settlers living illegally in the West Bank get significantly more water than their Palestinian neighbors.
But the problem isn't that there's not enough water. The problem is even our water sources are under occupation, and it's all controlled by the Israeli government and private Israeli corporations.
Unemployment in Gaza is among the...
I think one of the craziest things is, I think about this a lot, I think the Israeli occupation is so violent, like so permanently violent and so banal in its evil, that when you tell it to people, like when you explain to human beings, like this is what life is like, even in the West Bank, which is supposed to be completely devoid of like Hamas, and Israel does not think that Hamas is there, you know what I mean? People don't believe it. They're like, it's cartoonishly evil. It cannot exist. You're crazy. Because the entire existence is illegal. What's Fox News coverage like? You haven't pulled up Fox News at all? The reason why I haven't looked at Fox News coverage specifically is because you're never going to hear something from Fox News that is any different than any other Western media outlet. And not only that, but there is a mass censorship and suppression campaign in the West right now of any and every outlet that speaks on these issues from a framework that recognizes the humanity of Palestinians. 100%. You are already seeing it in certain places, like in Germany. It is becoming illegal to demonstrate for Palestine. In I think Australia, there was another demonstration that was supposed to be set up that they said they are not allowing, and it's always fears of anti-Semitism. They claim it's fears of anti-Semitism. UK in a similar capacity. They say from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free is the rallying cry of those who want to ethnically cleanse Israel and rid it of Jews. Okay. In so many places right now, as we speak, it is becoming more and more impermissible to defend Palestinian rights. Not only that, but of course, our politicians are actively engaging in genocidal rhetoric that justifies ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in Gaza by hiding behind the argument that, well, this is just a punishment for Hamas.
And ready.
A man has been arrested in Manchester for simply displaying a Palestinian flag. Welcome to Tory Britain, governed by the supposed party of free speech.
Are you actually pointing in the back? Why did you... What? Criminal. What time? He was there with us chatting the whole...
Yeah. Waving Palestinian flag may be criminal offense, Braverman tells police. Bro, Indian chatters. I love you all, but I don't care about the evolution of India's stance on the occupation of Palestine. I love you, but that's crazy right now, dog. Like, we're talking about like Western involvement and Western participation in actively undermining any kind of like Palestinian defense. And you're like, but what about, you know, our relationship with India and Palestine, and like India's relationship that has developed with Palestine? It's like, I know it's a unique one and it's really interesting. It's just that like that was on the time, I think. A bunch of CEOs are calling for everyone in a Harvard student group to be released, a pro-Palestinian statement to be blacklisted. The irony is, Rashida Tlaib or the DSA and any number of different people that have said, free Palestine, Palestinian people are people, they deserve emancipation. Every single person that has said that maintains a position shared by anti-Zionists in Israel, maintains a position that is shared by Zionists, liberal Zionists in Israel. Okay? The idea that these people, Twitter is completely down. Oh, great. The idea that these people are saying something completely out of pocket, completely unimaginable, is ridiculous.
It is.
It's like demanding that Haaretz get fucking censored in Western media.
This isn't that good, but I don't like
it. It is absolutely unimaginable. There are so many wonderful Jewish people that also, alongside non-Jews, advocate for Palestinian rights, and every single person is being actively suppressed, being called an anti-Semite, being called terrorist supporters, when a much more worse kind of terror, systematic destruction, terror backed by a state, a heavily militarized state, is currently occurring against people that do not have a standing army, against a population that is majority children and babies. And to say that this is unjustifiable is akin to supporting terrorism in the eyes of many. It is so fucking insane. Isn't it really a problem that the Western media is going to turn off your stream? I don't think they will. I cannot push the needle beyond what I have in my immediate circles. I have no capacity to combat mainstream media narratives. I have no capacity to get people on board with Palestinian emancipation. Whereas when the damn near entirety of media and outlets are, again, demanding blood, doing blood and soil propaganda against Palestinians, there is no, I have nothing. And I am shielded by my lack of power. That is pretty much the only reason, because I am not perceived as a genuine threat. I'm also very careful with the way I speak on things, even though I know my cause is just, even though I know what I advocate for is the correct thing to advocate for, even though I know that I present historically accurate information and also present skepticism when it's necessary and demand accountability and demand due diligence from the media, I know that even if I misstep and end up saying something that can be misconstrued, I will be destroyed, and I will not be able to continue advocating for Palestinian people, and my words will be a burden to the Palestinian cause. Every single activist and advocate for the Palestinian cause knows this reality. They know that their words can be turned against them on a moment's notice, on a whim, and even if they can't find something and misconstrue what you're saying because you're very specific with the language that you use, you're very precise, then they will still turn around and just lie and say you are simply a supporter of Hamas and you are a supporter of terrorism and you want babies to be decapitated. Okay? I do not want my words to end up harming Palestinian advocacy, which is why I'm very careful, and I have been very careful from the jump, and I've been very careful for 10 fucking years. Okay? North Shark Saboteur, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Anyway. You are speaking as Jews don't own Twitch Amazon stocks. Yeah, dude, totally. It's the Jews that are the reason why people are being silenced. Like, get the fuck out of here. AIPAC, in and of itself, certainly has played a role in putting anti-BDS legislation out there, which is unjustifiable and unconstitutional. But if you think that, like, America's support for Israel comes from Jewish people or any kind of fucking influence that Jewish people have in governance, you are delusional. Okay? You are completely fucking delusional. You're anti-Semitic and you're delusional. America's interests in Israel have nothing to do with like some kind of hidden Jewish conspiracy. America's interests in Israel have everything to do with continuing the imperial legacy of the British Empire and also having a destabilizing force in the Middle East against all of those resource-rich areas that you can constantly use as a standing military base and a place to land fucking airplanes in. Ridiculous. Anyway. Waving the Palestinian flag being considered a criminal offense is psychotic. It is disgusting. It is gross. But what do you expect from these fucking monsters? These absolute fucking dogs in the UK. Here is another bullshit moment. From the river to the sea prompts Vienna to ban pro-Palestinian protests. Because protesters said from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, they consider that a call of violence. That is fucking ridiculous. We have let people get away with this insanity for far too long. I remember when Mark Lamont Hill was fired from CNN for saying the same phrase. It was absurd then, and it's absurd now. Fundamentally, it is this: from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, a PLO, Palestine Liberation Organization slogan that has been adopted by Hamas, Peartzel said when asked to explain what he meant by codes that have been included in online invitations of the protest. The river is the Jordan, and the sea is the Mediterranean, between which Israel and Palestine lie. The phrase is often chanted at pro-Palestinian demonstrations. It is insane to me that a chant for emancipation for people, a marginalized people, a displaced people, can be so easily considered a call to violence. It is fucking disgusting. And also, make no mistake, these countries allow AFD protests to continue. In the UK, you have a long history of the police defending fascists from anti-fascist counter-protesters. The EDL was allowed to demonstrate in this country, but for some reason, a Palestinian flag is too far. You have shown your asses once again, you Angloid dogs. You disgust me. These fucking rabid Tory monsters, dude. You have no place in civilized society. You disgusting Nazi monsters.
Damn, he's a little pissed.
These people, this government, the Tory government, erected statues of Nazi collaborators, while the British press, I remember, yelled about Jeremy Corbyn over and over and over again. Disgusting. Filth. You have a blind spot on the UK. Braverman is the MTG of the UK. Fuck you mean, dog? First of all, Starmer is also a fucking piece of shit. Starmer is a conservative labor leader. Starmer is the death of the Labor Party as you know it, the historical Labor Party. It's gone. It's done. It is not a blind spot when I freak out about fucking Tories. It is not a blind spot when I freak out about how reactionary the British Labour Party has become and how reactionary England is. When has Hassan actually been accurate? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why? What is wrong about anything that I've mentioned thus far? Is it because I forgot the top of the hour ad break? Is that what you're going to say? Are you going to say that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime? Is that what you're going to mention? You son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch.
Fuck you. Oh.
Ooh, this is the tricky part, right?
English labor are a bunch of Blairites, and we all know that went well. Yeah. There's a 3-minute ad break now. Situation is not good, folks.
Clear. Israel must have that, does have that right to defend herself, and Hamas bears responsibility.
A siege is appropriate? Cutting off power, cutting off water? Sakir?
Well, I think that Israel does have that right. It is an ongoing situation. Obviously, everything should be done within international law, but I don't want to.
Okay, so they don't have that right then, right? My man said Israel has the right to do a genocide, and then when faced with the fucking question of the boundaries of said genocide, he went, well, they should follow international rules that they're currently not following as you presented in the question. So, you see, you're putting me in a weird predicament here because I want to act like I'm anti-genocide while simultaneously pro-Israel doing it. Kind of hurting my argument here, sir.
To step away from the sort of core principles that Israel has a right to defend herself and Hamas bears responsibility for these terrorist acts. And I would call on all responsible states, particularly Middle East responsible states, to call this out for what it is, and to stand with the world in condemning, utterly condemning, these actions by Hamas. I'm very clear. Israel must have that, does have that right to defend herself.
Oh. Nice.
The highest in the world. 70% of graduates are unable to find work, and cutting Gaza off from the rest of the world has caused an economic collapse. And Israel's recent closure of Erez crossing, one of the only ways out of Gaza that thousands of Palestinians used to go to work in the occupied West Bank and Israel, has made even more Palestinians living in Gaza worried about how they will provide for their families. Israel has declared that it will now impose a total blockade on Gaza as of October 8, and threatens to turn Gaza into a deserted island.
I'm from Israel. Why do you hate Jews so much? By the way, that TikTok that went viral, I know for a fact has made its way into like normie spheres, because my buddy that's with me right now said that his roommate was like talking to someone in a whole ass other state, and they were at dinner, and this dude was like, wait, your friend is staying with that Hassan guy? I fucking hate that Hassan guy. And he was like, why? And he pulled up the TikTok of me talking about, you want to continue that violence, I want to end that violence. That 2-minute TikTok.
666. So it's J.
And he was so mad, apparently.
6.
You're talking about Biden confirming the baby beheadings? No, I have not. I was talking to Noah at the time.
6.
Is that what came out? That the Brandon camp said that babies were beheaded?
Million.
I have an article on it. I thought you entered the normie sphere in a negative way a while ago.
Over there.
No, I did not.
Pink.
For the most part, the normie sphere has only seen me as. For the most part, the normie sphere only knows me as like that libtard. You know what I mean? As like the liberal guy. No one knows me as fucking 9/11 Andy. Shut the fuck up. The Spectator Index says, breaking, Biden says he never thought that I would see and confirm The pictures of terrorists beheading children? What?
What the fuck?
Where is this? Why is this only on the fucking spectator index? I mean, I believe it. Like, I believe it. I just don't understand why there isn't any news on this. It seems odd that the news is not like. It seems odd that the news is reluctant to report it. Guys, shut the fuck up. Stop putting. What is this?
I never really thought that I would have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children. I never thought I'd ever. Anyway,
Oh my god, bro. This dude needs to. Oh my god. Oh my god. Homie needs a nap so fucking bad, brother. WMD 2.0? No, I don't. Guys, stop. 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 Stop saying WMD 2.0. It doesn't matter whether the fucking children were beheaded or killed by other normal circumstances, more conventional methods. Okay?
What?
It doesn't matter. Was done. Regardless of whether or not those babies were beheaded or killed by more conventional methods.
How can I separate my two screens to only pick up audio from this one? I don't know.
He is awake. No other way to describe this. Biden is furious.
I took my kids, everyone when they turned 14 years old, one at a time, put them on a plane and took them
Biden refused to be silent about the threat of anti-Semitism.
to Dachau. I wanted them to see that you could not know what was going on.
They're presenting this. They're presenting this as any kind of counter to whatever Israel is doing. If you fucking, I think it matters a bit. I imagine decapitation is worse than a bullet, brother. The point is, it's fucking gross. Regardless, it's still a baby. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to others who are parsing through these methods. Okay. You know what else is also gross? Killing a baby in a fucking bombing campaign where the baby dies in the rubble. Is the head intact in that moment? I don't know. It's still killing babies. It's the worst thing you can do. It's a slaughter no matter which way you cut it. I think people do not understand my perspective on this. Okay? The only ethical baby killing happens at Planned Parenthood, which I support for that reason.
Walking through those gates. We could not fail to understand as a country what was going on. And that's a fact. It had a profound impact on my children and my grandchildren.
I'm telling you, they're talking about Dachau, like every kind of defense of Palestinian humanity is now officially American mandated anti-Semitism, 100%. This is like if you took the ADL charter, cranked it up a couple dials, and basically said, like, if you make any criticisms whatsoever, you're done. Which is ironic because this would literally end up banning, or at least like causing significant reputational harm to organizations like the Jewish Voice for Peace, if not now, and many others. It directly goes against speech. Obviously, it doesn't really matter. There's no such thing as free speech in America. It has never really existed. I mean, look at the Red Scare period. Look at the McCarthy era. But I think this is just a way to like nip it in the bud. Don't fucking, don't talk about, don't counter, don't offer bags, don't defend Palestinians. You are engaging in anti-Semitism. Like, the fact that Joseph Robinette Brandon is currently talking about Dachau, concentration camps, and the Holocaust is ridiculous. Okay? I'm sorry. It's completely ridiculous. Israel is entirely removed from the interests of the international Jewish community. To say the opposite is absolutely anti-Semitic. To say that Israel maintains the interests of all Jews around the world, in my opinion, is anti-Semitic. And as a matter of fact, a lot of anti-Semites do say that. A bunch of Nazis say that all the time. Sometimes they come in here and try to say that, and I clap their ass cheeks. It is only not anti-Semitic if it is a member of the Jewish state or a member of the Jewish-Israeli formation, the coalition in Israel, that says it. Only then is it not anti-Semitic. Actually, it's correct. Are you Jewish? I like that you said he is. Like, I'm not, but it's funny that you... funny that you said, yes, I'm Jewish. Yeah, I'm Jewish, yeah. Hold on. Anyway. Ex-top advisor to Israel Prime Minister blows up on BBC reporter who's downplaying the assault on Gaza. Very telling that an ex-top advisor to Israel's Prime Minister is way more sympathetic to Palestinians than the BBC presenter to Israelis who say we're defending ourselves. Do you really keep a straight face when you say that? These kinds of lies?
Hamas targets in Gaza. We are trying to put an end to what we believe is a terrorist organization once and for all.
Do you really keep a straight face when you say that? Do you think terrorist organizations embedded in populations who are denied their most basic rights are ended once and for all in a military campaign? Does that happen in history? Can someone credibly tell me that when the leadership of a country says we are cutting off food, electricity, water, all supplies to an entire civilian population, that they're targeting militants? I'm sorry, these kind of lies can't be allowed to pass.
Yeah. By the way, the current order of business shows that, like I said, the liberal paper Haaretz, which is still a Zionist paper for the most part, is officially to the left of Western media in its entirety, as it's like collective understanding of how these violent acts came to be. That it's okay to attack Gaza because Hamas uses human shields. They don't want peace. They want to return to status quo. Palestinians. It's crazy. Research on American Jews regarding Israel. American Jews have differing opinions. Caring about Israel is essential to being what Jewish is. What 45% of U.S. adults and an additional 37 say it's important but not essential. Caring about Israel is essential to being Jewish means to 45% of U.S. Jewish adults. Most American Jews identify as Democrat, lean towards Democratic Party. But Orthodox Jews, 75% of whom are Republican, lean Republican, and generally rated both Netanyahu and Trump positively. Of course. 60% of adults say they have something or a lot in common with Jews in Israel. 58% say they feel very / somewhat attached to Israel. Say caring about Israel is essential to what being Jewish means to them. 45%. Rate Netanyahu's leadership is excellent good. 40%. Rate Trump's handling of the nation's policy towards Israel is excellent good. 40%. Strongly oppose boycott, divestment, sanctions movement. 34%. Say the Israeli government is making sincere effort towards progress. 33%. Believe God gave the land that is now Israel to the Jewish people. 32%. What deluded people? What do you mean? If anything, this entirely shows you that the conceptual, like, American Jewish identity is a monolith towards Israel is so fucking idiotic. It is literally the minority. It is the minority. You are crazy. It's crazy to say. If you looked at these numbers amongst the evangelical Christian population, I am willing to bet that it would be higher. Okay? I promise you it would be higher. I'm wondering if there is one. The share of America siding with the Israelis over the Palestinians has increased since March. Wow, that's crazy. At its highest point, 13% sided with the Palestinians and 27% classic American centrism, set about equal. But of course, 31% was siding with the Israelis. That was the lowest point for them since 2018. When, remember, in 2018, this polling came after the march, the right for return, the peaceful march of the Palestinian border, where on the one hand, Donald Trump gave the entirety of Jerusalem to Israel in violation of like every other former peace accord, while Israel was sniping Palestinians walking up to the fucking border by the hundreds. And only then was there a dent in the perspective, where 29% were siding with the Israelis at its lowest point, and 12% were siding with the Palestinians. And then, of course, last year was the highest point, and still at 13%. This is manufacturing consent. And now Palestinians are regarded at 9%, with 42% support for Israelis as of October 7th. How can you sit there and justify beheading kids? Brother, are you beheaded? Have you lost your fucking mind? There has never been a moment where I have sat here and justified this. Are you schizophrenic, or did your head get cut off? Because you sure sound brainless when you come in here and shadowbox. What the fuck is wrong with you? I have never said that, you fucking piece of shit. What the hell are we doing here? You bad faith, apartheid defending, bloodthirsty, genocidal freak. Do you guys say these things specifically so you can just like have it exist in the fucking chat to be like, I did my part, to go back to your own Discord servers to be like, listen, I fucking owned him. I said he defends beheading children. Is that what it is? I spoke truth to power in the Hobby broadcast and then got fucking banned. by unjustifiably, in a completely irrelevant fashion, decided to say that he is pro-beheading children. Thanks, brother. You and Ben Shapiro are aligned with this. I guess your allegiance to some semblance of empathy-backed leftism was entirely conditional. Matter of fact, it didn't exist at all, right? All it took for you to drop half of your worldview that you espouse, that you believe in, was the inevitable violent retaliation of a group of individuals that have been subjected to ritualistic humiliation and so much worse for their entire lives. It is quite odd. Cupcake 1121. It seems like you need that spinning cube. No, I am not going to fucking cave and capitulate to these fucking monstrous pieces of shit, dude. No. What did he say? Yeah, this is probably an older Gallup poll. Yeah, March 24th. What did he say? Loki just wanted your opinion. How do I get my grandparents to not believe that? Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, dude. You're such a fucking piece of shit. Here, I'm gonna unban you anyway. God damn it, dude. Is that any way to fucking ask that question? You fucking piece of shit. Jesus Christ. You know how much misinformation I have to combat on a fucking daily basis? Anyway. If it were up to those who want to endlessly defend Israel's bombing campaign, my entire broadcast would be, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Hassan Abbott broadcast, coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Hamas bad, Hamas bad, Hamas bad, violence bad. Only when Palestinians do it. If Israelis do it, then, you know, we don't have to talk about it because I'm too busy saying Hamas bad, Hamas bad, Hamas bad. Beheading babies is unimaginably cruel. Like, motherfuckers just want condemnation all day as a way to derail, to make, like, any sort of serious analysis happen. It's just say Hamas bad, Hamas bad. Don't even say we need a ceasefire immediately, because then I will say... Then I will say, desperately, then I will try to make it seem like you are pro-Hamas. You must be pro-Hamas. I've noticed that I think you're pro-Hamas. You haven't said Hamas bad for the past, for the past 15 seconds. So I can't really hear you. Are you saying Hamas bad? You haven't said it enough yet. Here, this is actually such a centrist fucking meme, and it's like 9 years old. But look, here you go.
In fact, we'll start tonight in the Middle East, where Israel... What? Israel isn't supposed to defend itself?
Oh, yeah, if Mexico bombed Texas, will we exercise...
What other
these
country
freedoms in the same state?
People that want to destroy our terrorists?
4,000 years later.
What's the only democracy in the Middle East?
Self-hating Jew?
That was weird. Anyway, what I was saying was last Thursday saw the start of a new ground offensive launched by Israel. Look, obviously there are many strong opinions on this issue, but just merely mentioning Israel or questioning in any way the effectiveness or humanity of Israel's policies is not the same thing as being pro-Hamas.
So you're against murdered children?
Free Gaza! Free Palestine!
This is why I don't like it, because it's so fucking, it's like...
The Zionist pig!
I mean, that happens to a certain degree, too. It's like, it's such a centrist take.
You know what? Why don't we just talk about something lighter, like, Ukraine?
Yeah, I'm good at that. This is 9 years old. It's pretty funny.
I like that segue. I'm segue king. Segue God right over here. I appreciate you as an artist and as a humanitarian human being because I imagine it can be difficult because you are someone who is righteously speaks out against the disgusting, violent, terrible anti-Semitism that comes from all facets of our society. Sure. But you also are humanitarian enough to speak on behalf of the Palestinians who are being treated like second-class citizens. And do you get any pushback as a Jewish person because of this?
No, everybody's cool with it. Everybody's cool with it till they find your email address.
Right.
Of course. You know, again, it's and there are a lot of reasons for that, but one of them is that as a Jewish person, you are saddled with the idea that you are not a citizen of America or a citizen of the world. You are a citizen of Israel. And you must back their actions or the actions of, and one has nothing to do with the other, and one has nothing to do with being Jewish or not being Jewish or whatever it is that people choose on their religion, on their history, or on their background. It has to do with in the way that I view governments that don't act on behalf of or that, you know, what has happened in that part of the world is tragic. And unfortunately, I think the biggest problem is it's nobody's benefit but the Palestinian people that it get resolved. Right. It's not to the benefit of the Israeli government. They use the Palestinian issue as a cudgel.
I disagree. I think right now, and this has been a permanent staple as well. I think it's to the benefit of the Israeli people as well. And it's a reality that some Israelis are starting to reckon with too. You cannot maintain an apartheid state without it inevitably hurting you. You just can't do it. It's just the same principle behind. Well, he's right, by the way. It is the government. It is to the government's interest. That is true, and that is correct, and that is precisely what has happened. It is not in the people's interest, however. It is the same principle behind white supremacy harming white people as well. These kinds of ideals end up propping up incredibly violent systems for its maintenance, and that violence inevitably turns back, both through blowback, but also through direct violence, and also through the spiritual changes that occur within the population, where you become like this delusional, paranoid person, where you think that there is an enemy in every corner because, again, you see so much violence. So much violence is just out there. Even if you do not recognize it, it's out there. It's a part of your everyday existence. That changes you. Same thing happened in America and has been happening in America. It is this ever-consuming feeling that you have. And it, I think, certainly exists in Israel as well. But that's secondary. I'm talking about fascism being this suicidal, self-defeating concept, this ideology. And Israel's fascism is certainly harming the people of Israel. So it is in Israel's self-interest to end the apartheid, to end the occupation.
And they continue to build settlements and whatever it is they want to do. And no one's suggesting that like terror attacks are okay and that's a good thing. But if you're held to that standard that you don't get your state until nobody tries to kill anybody else, then you're never going to get your state. It's not to the benefit of the other Arab leaders in the region because their people can be mistreated in the same way by their autocracies. So why do they want to fix the Palestinian situation when they can use Israel as an easy code to get their people in line?
This is why I don't like. No, I don't agree with this. Like, yeah, Hamas uses the Israeli colonial occupation to make its power permanent, but Hamas is not the power player in this circumstance. They have no power. If you recognize that, then it is completely in the hands of Israel to rid Hamas of its influence. You know? You said the same thing about the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. Ceasefire is mutually conclusive to peace. 100%. Thank you. I'm glad you get it. I'm glad there's someone out there who recognizes the consistency in my conversations surrounding Ukraine and Russia, which is identical to what I say about Palestine as well. Palestinian people deserve emancipation. It is unjustifiable what Israel is doing. Its permanent occupation is hurting not only Palestinians, but Israelis themselves. Identical circumstance to fucking Ukraine. And what I have said about how when Russia invades its neighboring state with 44 million people in it, they are inevitably going to push that population towards the most reactionary components. Those reactionary forces will be seen as the liberators. You will embolden them. And that is exactly what has happened. Exactly what has happened. Thank you for at least recognizing.
Ready up for the next
That
one.
could have gone south.
No, man. People don't want to think about it at all from that perspective. I think that was John talking about other governments, not Palestinian in that part. Oh.
Don't look at us. Look at Israel.
Right, right.
We're fucking with you. Look how they fuck with us. Not to the United States' benefit, because we have an ally in the region that's a lot more complicated for us than in other ways, because they rely on our military aid and all kinds of.
Israel's a democratic state? If yes, so the government represents that? What do you mean, dude? First of all, no, it's not. It's an apartheid state where almost half the population, well, not the half the population, well, I guess half the population if you
Under
consider
you.
the 5 million that was displaced already. But at least 2 million in Gaza, 3 million or 2 million in the fucking West Bank, 4 million people. Israel proper is 9 million people, not including which includes,
We're taking the flag.
Israelis
Six
in
security.
1948.
We're taking the flag.
What
the? 20% of the.
Yo!
The idea is that, those 4 million people do not have any representation whatsoever, and literally live under an apartheid state. Get the fuck out of here! How is that a democracy? Any other part of the world, you laugh at that. You look at that and you say, "Get the fuck out of here!" Let me tell you something. There are different checkpoints for Palestinians to go through in their own fucking land. Okay? If you were an Israeli citizen and you were traveling to the United States right now, and there was a separate area that said Jews suck, okay, and then the rest of the world could go through a separate checkpoint, you'd know exactly what the fuck that is. Okay? You'd know exactly what that is. Shut the fuck up, man. There is no comparison in any other circumstance. Israel is not a democracy. Israel cannot be a democracy until the occupation is ended. Until the
barking his
apartheid
ass off.
has come to an end.
Crazy. Other things. So if it's not in anybody's interest, what chance do they have?
Switching sides.
Very efficient way of looking at it. That's exactly what it is.
What chance?
Yeah.
And it's not really to Hamas's benefit, and it's not to Fatah's benefit, because then they lose their grip on power. Always lose. No one's benefit. And so not recognizing that is to be blind to any dynamic. But that doesn't negate how I feel about anti-Semitism.
Of course.
Anti-Semitism is not the same as Zionism.
Mission accomplished.
It's not the same as
I'm lost in.
Excellent corollary to the Ukrainian conflict in Israel right now.
Targeted attacks on
Russia's attacks on civilian infrastructure, especially electricity, are war crimes, cutting off men, women, children for water, and heating in the winter coming. These are acts of pure terror. True.
Gosh.
And it's interesting because remember, when Ukraine attacked the land bridge or attacked the bridge in Crimea, I said that was an act of terror, and everybody yelled at me. And they said, how dare you say that? But I also maintained the position that it was Russia's responsibility because they had invaded Ukraine. Another point for consistency, not that it fucking matters. It doesn't matter.
Gunfight.
Why can't Egypt open their gates up? Or is the issue with the Gaza people for Egypt? Brother, what do you mean? Dude, Israel controls everything, including that checkpoint as well. Like, it's technically controlled by Egypt, but even when Egypt said that they would, there's two different reasons. One, Egypt said they wanted to send an aid to that checkpoint. And as far as I understand, Israel said, fuck no. Egypt is already a very poor and relatively powerless nation. The whims of what America wants them to do.
You, mate.
And
Finish the
last but not least, is being presented as a yet there is another option that exists, which is stop bombing Gaza. Okay, that's just expulsion. I can't believe the humanitarian corridor option is being presented when it's just simply a justification for ethnic displacement by that is crazy. Oh, wow, I'm so glad that there is some cleansing happening right now.
there. Prepare to repeat it.
Prepare to repeat it.
The citizenship Israel considers the minority. They are 20%. Yes, they're 20%.
Bruh.
But that is nothing in comparison to, again, a much larger percentage of the population, totaling 4 million in both Gaza and the West Bank.
We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it.
Israel's bombs have killed at least 1,100 people in Gaza since October 7 and displaced more than 100,000 Palestinians.
That's coming up. Do you know about Twitter deleting anything about Palestine right now? What do you think about that? But I do know that...
that round. Ready up for the next one.
It is actively being suppressed in a lot of Western nations. One of the things that I saw that I find to be particularly gross was, of course, the Harvard alumnus, the Harvard alumni, in their endless efforts to any kind of
Ready up for the next one.
Terror. Fake news is running rampant on Twitter, but this is a huge deal. So Harvard students group issued an anti-Israel statement. Okay. The CEOs want the students blacklisted. Billionaire Bill Ackman is demanding Harvard University released the names of the students whose organization signed on a letter to blame solely Israel for the deadly attack by Hamas. It is solely in the hands of Israel. I'll say it with my fucking chest. Goddamn day. Okay? Get the fuck out of here. And it's not simply just the perspective of a bunch of Harvard students or this dumbass fucking Twitch streamer. It is the perspective of academics. It's the perspective of people who have dedicated their lives to covering the conflict. It is the perspective of many well-read individuals, many of them Jewish, by the way. It is ridiculous. It is utterly and entirely ahistorical to be like, oh, Hamas is built in a fucking vacuum. Yes, Holocaust survivors. I mean, this was on the Chomsky subreddit that I saw. It's like the abbreviated version of Gabor Mate. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Okay, it's abbreviated because ran out of the equation. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, here. Let's watch this. This is incredibly clear, concise. Go ahead. Harvard be like, yo, dude, Holocaust survivor, fuck you. You fucking anti-Semite.
Took a victory there.
I'm
Prepare
personally
to
a
repeat
Holocaust
it.
survivor. As I barely survived. My grandparents were killed in Auschwitz.
Secure the AO. No quarter
And
given.
most of my extended family was killed. I became a Zionist. This dream of the Jewish people resurrected in their historical homeland. And the barbed wire of Auschwitz being replaced by the bombs.
Zero audio cues. That's running right behind me.
That in order to make this reality, it was a nightmare on the local population. And there's no way you could have ever been a Jewish
Switch inside.
without oppressing and expelling the local population. Jewish Israelis have shown without a doubt that the
miss.
And the deliberate attempt. So that's what.
This round is ours.
Let's go, teammate.
You're not allowed to mention your knuckle. Even though it's the very basis of the foundation of the state. I visited the occupied territories, Russell, during the first Intifada. I cried every day for 2 weeks. The brutality of the occupation, the petty harassment, the denial of water rights, the human and this one
Mission failed. Return to base.
In the 20th, I could land in Tel Aviv tomorrow and demand citizenship under the law of the right of return. But my Palestinian friend in Vancouver, Hannah Kawas, who was born in Jerusalem, can't even visit. Now, if I have the right of return after 2,000 years, how come Hannah hasn't got the right?
You know how many times I've listened to this speech? What are you, crazy?
After so then you have these miserable people packed into this horrible, people call it the world's largest outdoor prison, which is what it is. You don't have to support Hamas policy.
This is Aaron Mate's father. What the hell happened to his son? His son's an anti-vax dipshit now? Wait. Wait, no. You're wrong. What? No, you're mistaking Aaron literally left Max Blumenthal's Operation Gray Zone specifically due to Blumenthal becoming a fucking right-wing freak with Aaron Mate, who now lives in China. Or am I thinking of someone else? Oh fuck! I'm thinking of Ben Norton. You're right. I'm thinking of Ben Norton, but also, shit. But Aramate himself is also not. I mean, he stayed. I think, right? Did he stay with? Did he stay with Gray Zone still? Fuck. That's Ben Norton. Aramate still does very good coverage on a lot of things. He does have some wild takes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm mistaken. Yeah, you're right. I did think of I was mistaking it with Ben Norton. Yeah, I'm not the biggest, I'm not a big fan of obviously the Gray Zone. I think they do have some wild takes. I think Aaron does decent journalism, but I'm not entirely.
Trazer 1, secure the flag or clear all the rest of the
I thought you were mistaken. It's my bad.
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
These guns fucking blow, bro.
Big target deleted. Anyway, whatever. Just listen to.
Take the worst thing you can say about Hamas, multiplied by 1,000 times. It still will not meet the Israeli repression and killing and dispossession of Palestine. Anybody who criticizes Israel is an anti-Semite, is simply an egregious Jews who are willing to stand up for when Hong Kong demonstrators
Trazer 1, clear all threats or secure the flag to win. We lost that round. Get ready for the next one.
And Israel gets away with a lot more without much less criticism than the rest of it runs a program for Palestinian children who spend time in Israel. 14, 15, 16 sometimes they can't see their families. The trauma is never
Victory secure. Be ready.
I try to jump, but I stayed.
Hold Trazer, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win.
Denied tenure at his university because of his poverty.
Keep trying to lay, but I can't. Hey.
Most eminent,
most
famous pedophilia defender, Alan fucking Dershowitz. So just remember that too, like who these institutions side has the brains to explain the situation on the ground. That's right. Now, if you were to say, oh, well, have you seen Hassan? Have you seen what Norm's latest takes are? Have you seen what his latest takes? Yeah, he's old, man. I don't care, okay? Yeah, I don't agree with everything, but it doesn't matter. Because he's absolutely unimaginably wonderful on everything he has written. And he has written extensively on his pages. This was his... Okay?
Oh my gosh, it was one shot on the foot.
Well-respected professor.
Hey, my teammate's like, nah, man, you got it.
For all of his incredible work you know, talking about lowering the age of consent. And being his friend. Oh.
Nice. Oh.
Israel massacres thousands of people in Gaza. Israelis can stop it. You can have 100,000 Israelis on the streets. Nobody will get shot. Where are they? Where are these Israelis? When did they ever come out?
Well, it's kind of turned into a nothing term. Gabor Mate basically invented trauma-informed care. Yeah.
I mean, many. I don't mean 10 in Europe. Everybody knows what happens when you drop a 1-ton bomb in a residential neighborhood. You don't have to be a genius. You know people will die. Israel is a democracy for Jews. And who do they vote for? The same people over and over and over again. Does it matter if it's Gantz or Netanyahu? There is nothing to justify, nothing to excuse what Israel does. Nothing to excuse what the Zionists have been doing in Palestine for hundreds of years. Nothing. When they bomb Gaza, you can hear it in Tel Aviv. There is...
I mean, people watch it from the rooftops and hillsides in Sderot, so...
Against Israeli policy. You can listen to any number of Israeli Defense Forces soldiers who talk about the brutality that they now regret having committed. You can listen to Israeli pilots who talk about why they refuse to fly over Gaza because of the atrocities they're made to commit. You can get all the information you want. So if anybody doesn't know, it's not because the information is not available. And none of that excuses not knowing truth and this deliberate attempt to silence anybody who speaks, Jewish or non-Jewish.
Strasser 1, secure the flag or clear all threats in the AO.
Que la verga.
And not be intimidated by the
The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
It's so crazy, dude. Invisible bias. Who wrote this?
Round. Get ready for the next one.
In the West Bank, oh
my gosh.
Strasser 1, clear all threats or secure the flag to win.
There's no fucking way. Okay. Salon is not writing an article like that any longer.
Bruh. He said, I'm taking you with me! Bro. Oh my gosh.
Year of a harsh, brutal, and vicious occupation, supported
when people are talking about the situation on the ground also matters. Let me tell you, it has gotten
terrible. Dude.
All Strasser, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win.
There's a girl. Saying like he's like justifying death and destruction. The girl in this video is a non-Jewish German person.
Allow me to finish. Listen, sir.
We lost that round. Get ready for the next one.
I don't like
Come back.
like to
come back of me because my boys are doing all the work.
Now I feel compelled to. My late father was in Auschwitz. My late mother, please shut up. My late father was in Auschwitz.
Oh my gosh! How am I still?
Round is lost. Focus on the next one.
Bro, how?
Dude, typical right winger. Jews did not take up arms against the Germans. Right? Yeah, dude, that's why the Holocaust happened. That in and of itself is shit. I don't know if you're Jewish or not, but that is like kind of fucking anti-Semitic. They literally did that, by the way. And ironically, violent.
No. You lost that round. Get ready for the next one.
Back.
On both sides was exterminated. Both of my parents were in the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. And it is precisely and my two siblings that I will
awesome.
not be silent when Israel commits its crimes against the Palestinians. And I consider nothing more despicable than to use their suffering and their to try to justify the torture, the brutalization, the demolition of homes in Israel.
Round is lost. Focus on the next one.
From academia, specifically for the battle to fight, incredibly stubborn. Sure, he's a bit of a boomer. Okay. Sure, he's a bit of a boomer. Okay. He's just don't ask him about other cultural war stuff.
Moving.
Ultimately, though, I would always hail him as a hero and an exhibit in bravery. Okay. Because a lot of people say.
It's down to you. Finish the mission.
Oh, dude. You know, we live in the free world. We live in America. We can say whatever the fuck we want. And the reality is, no, you kind of can't.
The enemy is mission failed.
Is design. I think he's specifically to like eviscerate the Israeli state, which will never happen, and it's counterproductive. And I think that's what he says.
I'm hungry.
Oh my God.
Like
That's crazy. Every day I cover. Every day, you know what? This is my job. I gotta repeat myself sometimes, especially because people are asking in good faith. Yes, is boycott, divest, and sanction the state of Israel.
No way, let's go.
Regime. It was tailored around the successful BDS movement in apartheid South Africa. Let's finish this and I'll cover.
Longer to be intimidated or browbeaten by the tears. If you had any heart in you, you would be kind to the Palestinians.
Dude, this morning we had people asking what MSM was because of the title. It reminds me of how online we are. No, MSM might be online, but BDS is not an online phenomena. It's a movement, and anyone who's well read on history would know, at least from the BDS movement in apartheid South Africa, against apartheid South Africa.
Oh my God, longest. I love the movement this game does. Beautiful. Oh my gosh.
Let's not repeat it.
bro. My man's over here fucking AA. Oh my gosh. What?
Took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
About South Africa what's happening. I think we'll do that research on my own. But I have done it. I have looked into
Secure
it.
the area. Clear all threats.
The original, when it first began, it was South Africa, communist safe haven, collaborated with Israel and collaborated with America, which is why South Africa had to exist. If you want to look here, I mean, we can look at this. This is a town hall interview with Nelson Mandela, who was just fresh out of prison at this point. Okay, after the South African government says to Nelson Mandela, if you denounce violence, you say you're gonna
You're high like a bitch. Ooh.
Oh my gosh. Secure the AO. No quarter given.
Until they had to release him. He was in prison.
Fuck you, bro.
Yeah, a little bit. Give me the time.
The police are still killing our people, as they've done over the years. Youths are openly arming themselves for the specific purpose of attacking.
People suck. That's still better than most.
We lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
Surrounding nations would just go in and flatten Israel. No, this is a paranoid delusion that you can only maintain if you are completely oblivious to the relationship with neighboring.
Oh my god.
America has.
This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
Israel also has a nuclear armed state that has gotten $264 billion in aid from the United States of America since like 1967. Okay. Actually in the last like couple of decades, for the record. You know, the biggest thing Barack Obama gave on his way out $30 billion. If you think that Dak
Switching sides.
Jordan, you're out of your fucking mind. The amount of influence that Israel has over the surrounding regions
Complete. Solid work.
The Gaza-Egypt checkpoint.
No! That's fucking bullshit.
Ridiculous.
Right wing.
And before you say, imagine if they had someone like Nelson Mandela speaking to the Palestinians.
I think I'm gonna call it.
Israel saw a successful anti-apartheid movement
Mess with a couple
effectively neutered
teams.
the Nelson Mandelas of Palestine.
Good first day.
Okay.
Good first
Instead
day.
of imprisoning them foolishly, they just killed them.
Good first day. Wait, do I have to?
Israel was founded in 1948. The